Welcome to Washington City Hall. We're in the City Council chambers for our workshop session. Our meetings can be attended live, and they can also be watched on our website, streamed live, and washingtoncity.org/meetings, and they can also be watched after our meetings. It's great to see all of you here this evening. Appreciate the Pineview Junior ROTC being here. I've asked Cadet Carnahan and Cadet Threet to lead us in a flag ceremony. Cadets.
Color guard, attention, hut, carry, colors, forward, march. Colors verse, march. Color guard, hold.
I've asked Sergeant Cliff Spendlove to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
post, colors,
Color guard dismissed. You may take a seat. Well, this is a pretty special night for our work session. And before I call for this council to approve the agenda, I'd just like to ask if there are any veterans, anyone who have served in any capacity in the armed forces, if you would please stand and be recognized. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize our good leadership, Representative Colin Jack and Representative Joseph Elison, who represent us so well on Capitol Hill as our state representatives. Appreciate you both being here for this night. Council, it's a short agenda, but it's an impactful agenda. Would one of you please make a motion to approve this agenda, and we'll vote on it?
I'll make a motion we approve the work session meeting for August 23rd, 2023.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
The workshop agenda is approved. The first item of business is a resolution on the USS Utah and the Pearl Harbor commemoration. I've been asked to read the resolution, and then I will turn to Councilman Ivey, who has led out on this issue in conjunction with the City Council and community support on a very timely and important resolution. This is a resolution honoring and remembering USS Utah, the forgotten ship of World War II. Whereas on May 29th, 1903, the Secretary of the Navy, William H. Moody, announced in Salt Lake City that a new battleship would be manned and named after the state of Utah. And whereas in 1931, the USS Utah was converted to a sophisticated radio-controlled ship used for training, it set sail for Hawaii for one last time on September 14th, 1941. Whereas the Japanese launched their brutal attack on Pearl Harbor, the USS Utah became the first vessel struck at 8:01 a.m. by an aerial torpedo that slammed into the port side as the crew raised the flag on the fantail. This attack on Pearl Harbor left 2,403 Americans dead. As legacies of that tragic day, the hulls of two battleships, the USS Arizona and the USS Utah, remain in the waters of Pearl Harbor. And whereas, as the USS Utah was sinking, Chief Water Tender Peter Tomich, instead of escaping, headed down to his station, where he ordered his crew to get out, knowing that unless the boilers were secured, they would rupture and explode. He ignored his own evacuation order and moved from valve to valve, setting the gauges and releasing steam to stabilize and secure the boilers, thus preventing the ship from turning into a massive inferno from which no one would escape. Peter was posthumously awarded the Congressional Medal of Freedom. And whereas a total of 30 officers and 431 men survived the attack, in part because of Peter Tomich's heroic efforts, yet 58 lost their lives, and most of those sailors and a baby named Nancy remain entombed in the USS Utah to this day. And whereas the attack that President Roosevelt called a day that will live in infamy did not translate into an infamous legacy for the USS Utah and the 58 lives lost on board, rather much the opposite. The USS Utah was dubbed by history the forgotten ship, with little recognition from the home front and the Navy, leading to obscurity and stories untold. And whereas now, 82 years removed, the time has come to right the ship, to forgive history, and reset the legacy and memory of bringing honor and respect to those that served and died on the USS Utah once and for all, as well as the state for which she was named. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington City Council and Mayor declare an annual Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day to be held on the 7th day of December each year. Washington City will conduct a ceremony to begin at 8:01 a.m. on Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day to honor the lives lost on the USS Utah, so that the ship and her sailors are forgotten no more. Washington City leadership encourages other municipalities and the state of Utah to do the same. This resolution shall be effective on the date of its adoption, the 23rd day of August 2023, to be signed by Mayor Cress Staley, council members Brett Henderson, Craig Coates, Kurt F. Ivey, Kimberly Casperson, and Ben Martinson. I think the whole room feels the same way I do. I have chills. Councilman Ivey, take it from here.
What's that?
Take it away.
What am I doing?
Tell us the backstory on this and the resolution that the work that you've done with community involvement, with your peers on the council. Tell us the backstory about this.
Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to use the podium and address the council directly.
Yes, please.
I too, Mayor, would like to thank my friends for being here today. Representative Elison, Representative Jack, my special friend, Sergeant Spenlow. Also like to mention David Cadero, who is our director of the Washington County Veterans Committee. Also like to recognize Burke Staley, school board member and former veteran. But before I read this, Mayor, I think it'd be appropriate. We do have a flag that has been embossed in a frame that our great citizen John Olson has secured for us. So with your permission, we'd bring that up now and display that so that as I read this, the audience might be able to see the flag in its entirety.
That would be great. Mr. Olson.
Mayor, City Council, honored dignitaries and guests in uniform behind me. It's an honor. Before I present this to the City of Washington, what she stands for and what she represents is it has been paid for in blood and lives lost by the men who served on the USS Utah and the 58 men who will never leave their watch. I ask you to guard her, display her for all the residents to see with dignity and the honor that she has earned. Never forget who or what she represents. Let's start a voice here in Washington City that echoes statewide. That the USS Utah and the men who served on her are not forgotten. Washington City, she's now yours. Remember the USS Utah and the man still on her. Our Mayor and City Council, if you'd like to come down, I want to present it to all of you. You can do the unveiling. This is their night, not ours.
Thank you, John. We'll be right down.
Thank you. Tonight, Washington City makes history. Something that should have happened years ago. The USS Utah, BB-31, the forgotten ship of World War II. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor left 2,403 Americans dead. As legacies of that tragic day, The hulls of two battleships, the USS Arizona and the USS Utah, remain in the waters of Pearl Harbor. The USS Arizona Memorial has millions of visitors each year. However, on the opposite side of Pearl Harbor's Ford Island, only a few visitors make their way to the memorial of the USS Utah, where 58 men heroically lost their lives. As the Japanese launched their attack, Utah became the first vessel struck at 8:01 a.m. Honolulu Standard Time by an aerial torpedo that slammed into the port side as crew raised the flag on the fantail. Minutes later, the second and possibly third torpedo struck the ship. By 8:05 a.m., in less than 5 minutes, the ship was lost. At about 8:12 a.m., the Utah capsized after her mooring lines snapped. As the ship was sinking, Chief Water Tender Peter Tomich, instead of escaping, headed down to his station where he ordered his crew to get out, knowing that unless the boilers were secured, they would rupture and explode. He ignored his own evacuation order and moved from valve to valve, setting the gauges, releasing steam here and there, and stabilizing and securing the boilers. Otherwise, it would have turned the ship into a massive inferno, which no one would escape from. He is among the 58 sailors believed entombed inside the Utah. On January 4th, 1944, Peter Tomich was awarded posthumously the Congressional Medal of Honor on board the destroyer escort USS Tomich, which was commissioned in 1943 and named in his honor. He is the only Medal of Honor since the 1880s to go unclaimed. A total of 30 officers and 431 men survived. 6 officers and 52 enlisted men lost, many trapped on board, and others cut down by strafing aircraft. One sailor aboard was a Utah named Melvin Armour Gantry. He was born on December 1st, 1915, in Salt Lake City, Utah. Melvin enlisted in the Navy and reported for duty on the USS Utah in May of 1940. He was killed in action on December 7th, 1941, aboard Utah. The commanding officer of the USS Utah wrote to Gantry's wife, telling her, well knowing that his life was in great peril, he remained at his post of duty until it was too late to save himself. Our country and our Navy will never forget that glorious act. It is now the duty of all of us to make certain that he did not die in vain. For many survivors of the attack, victory was long and difficult. Survivor Bill Hughes recalled, I was there when it started aboard the Utah, and 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days later, I was there when it ended in Tokyo Bay. Entombed within the wreck are the remains of 54 sailors and a baby named Nancy. Nancy Lynn Wagner died 2 days after being born prematurely. She was the daughter of sailor Albert Wagner that had planned to bury his infant daughter at sea on the next voyage. Albert survived the sinking, but the urn with his daughter's ashes was not found. Today, the sailors still entombed on the USS Utah watch over her. The attack that President Roosevelt called a day that will live in infamy did not translate into infamous legacy for the USS Utah and the 58 lives lost. Rather, much the opposite. Utah being dubbed by history as the forgotten ship. Little response from the home front and a lack of effort from the Navy has led to obscurity and stories untold. Now 82 years removed, the time has come to right the ship, to forgive history and reset the legacy and memory that will finally bring honor and respect to those that served and died on Utah once and for all, as well as the state for which she is named. To do that, we start with a resolution declaring that in Washington City, an annual Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day will be held every December 7th in Veterans Park in front of the World War II memorial statues. The program should be one that specifically pays tribute to the USS Utah and her crew, to begin at 8:01 a.m., the exact time the first aerial bomb hit the Utah. Then we petition our legislature to enact a resolution in 2024 Utah legislative session declaring the USS Utah, Utah's legacy, and be perpetually recognized in Pearl Harbor Day observances annually at the state level, with proper pomp and circumstance be observed along with the charge to encourage every town, county, and entity in the state to follow suit. We can and should set the example and lead out as we have done. Many times before. Let's right the ship and bring glory not only to our fallen heroes, but to ourselves. We have in our possession an actual flag that was aboard the USS Utah that the owner, Mr. John Olson, is willing to donate to the city on one condition, that it be displayed in Washington City Hall in perpetuity. Thank you.
The council will be voting on this resolution brought forward by Councilman Ivey and worked on in conjunction with the rest of the council in the regular meeting this evening. While you're welcome to stay for the next item, I think it would be better if all of those in uniform, including our dear veteran and friend, Sergeant Spendlove, and any veterans would come forward and we could get a group picture. I'd also like to invite a veteran and friend, John Olson, to come forward and hold the flag in the picture if he's willing. If not, we'll hold it and we'll stand together as a group and get a picture. And I think council are probably just fine to honor that request to display this in perpetuity right here in City Hall. We've got a good spot probably right on that main entrance. So ROTC cadets in uniform, even if you're not in uniform, if you're an ROTC cadet, please come forward. If you're a veteran or a state representative or serve on the committee, Mr. Cordero, please come forward. Let's get a group picture with this flag before the resolution's passed and it's hung in City Hall. All right, cadets in the middle, right around Sergeant Spendlove, and the flag, please. Got three. As many hands on that as possible. We're all big part of this. We'll stand up here. Someone on this side too. Let's get some on this side too. Balance it out just a little bit. Representative Elison, Representative Jack.
We got you. File out around the side, please. Thank you, cadets. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, sir.
If you could stay for just a moment, we have an announcement to be made. You just kind of take a seat for a minute.
If you'd state your name and your announcement.
Yes, Council, my name is Brady Frank. I work with the Fort Douglas Military Museum in Salt Lake City, as well as an associate member of the Marine Corps League Dixie Detachment number 1270 here in Southern Utah. I gave Bo Burgess, the curator of the Museum of Fort Douglas, a call yesterday about this flag, as Fort Douglas is the state repository for military history. And he has told me that he is going to give his full support in this endeavor of ours. And he says if it's all right with the city council, could we have pictures go up there? So we have another place of preservation. That's the end of the announcement.
Well, thank you, sir. I think we love that support. And council, your thoughts on that?
So they'll just take pictures of this and have them up there for documentation of where it's at?
Yes, just pictures, and if Mr. Olson has any documentation and things of that nature of the chain of custody.
Okay. I think that sounds entirely appropriate. And would you relay back to who's the curator at Fort Douglas?
Bo Burgess.
Okay, if you'll relay back to him that we appreciate his support, and that we also invite him to come down on Pearl Harbor Day on December 7th at 8:01 p.m. and be our honored guest for the first honoring of the USS Utah.
I will make it my personal mission to kick him to come down here.
Thank you so much. And those here for this item, please feel free to. We're going to get a couple pictures with our state representatives, and we really appreciate this IOTC group that's here and their leadership. I know some of their current leadership, and I know some of their past leadership, and you really are a reflection of those leaders that have served. Do I understand that maybe some of this group have just recently returned from Pearl Harbor? Is that right? And is there someone from this group or from their leadership who would like to speak about the significance of this ship and of this event? And if you'll just introduce yourself and come on forward, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. So my boss, Lieutenant Colonel Brown, just had hip replacement surgery, so he is down for the count. I told the kids he hadn't aged over the summer. He just had some serious surgery done, so he asked me to come represent today. And we're grateful for the opportunity for our cadets to be able to come out and celebrate this opportunity with you. We did this past year. We took 100 of our cadets. Nobody would believe it, but we took 100 of them to Hawaii for a week. And we all survived. We had a wonderful time. But one of the great opportunities that we had was to actually go to the Pearl Harbor and visit the USS Arizona. And many of the cadets that are in the audience today got to be able to experience that. And we appreciate this opportunity to celebrate again this momentous occasion this evening with you. So thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm convinced that the Pineview Junior or the Pineview High School ROTC is the finest anywhere. And some of you may remember, and certainly we wish our best to Lieutenant Colonel Brown in his recovery. He's a dear friend of ours. But I can't help but think that Major Don Richardson would have loved this event here today too. Some of you might remember him as well. And I think he would be very proud and would think that this is quite fitting to have this flag from the USS Utah here, and for that forgotten ship to now be remembered, and for it to start right here in Washington City next to Veterans Park. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate
Thank you
you.
very much. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and excuse any from the ROTC who would like to leave at this time, and would ask our state representatives and city council to get a quick picture with the flag, along with veteran Sergeant Cliff Spenlove.
It's right here, but it's back right here. I hope so.
We're looking at Jordan. Thank you, cadets. Thank you, Sergeant Spenlove. Let's see what we have. Thank you.
We have one more, but it's over here. We do have an announcement. Sure. How are you?
Good. How are you doing? You're busy right now?
Always.
Always.
This way.
He said, I'm keeping you company, I think. He said, I'm keeping you company. I'm your wingman. Sit down.
Representative Elison
And Jack.
and Representative Jack, would you both come forward and speak to the council, please?
Thank you, Mayor. And Council, appreciate you letting us be here in this great event. Councilman Ivy, what a great start of something neat. The whole council, yes, but Representative Ivy came and approached me and Representative Jack to take this to the next level, which would be to the state level. And so I've reached out to the governors. I'm happy to report, reach out to the governor's office. They're fully on board with this resolution. I've reached out to, yes, I've reached out to the majority leader and Senator Vickers, and he's fully on board as well. So we will be co-sponsoring a concurrent resolution this next legislative session to have this event be part of the Utah celebration in December, as well as encouragement of other cities, municipalities to participate and follow your lead. So thank you for leading in this effort. You guys are awesome.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, representatives.
Thank you.
Call for a motion? No, I'm just teasing. I'm not calling for a motion to adjourn. We have a little more work to do. Council, this next item is brief, and we're probably on the front end of local municipalities working on this, but I wanted to bring this to you sooner rather than later, and it's just making you aware of item number 3 is Washington County Water Conservancy District Water Efficiency Standards and Water Efficient Landscape Program. So let me give you a little bit of background on this. I'm certain you saw the memo in your packet. So on Monday, August 7th, the Washington County Water Conservancy District Board of Trustees passed 2 resolutions. The first resolution accepts the water efficiency standards drafted in collaboration with all municipal partners, including Washington City. Our staff was very involved along with the other cities in drafting common water efficiency standards amongst those members of the district. And these standards establish minimum requirements for water efficiency in landscaping, on new construction, and are designed to help the community conserve water. The second resolution requires compliance with the water efficiency standards for municipalities to participate in the Water Efficient Landscape Program, which is the program for rebates for landscape conversions, meaning removing unused, unnecessary grass and replacing it with native desert scape, bushes, plants, trees, etc. Cities with ordinances that met the program qualifications prior to the water efficiency standards being adopted will continue to be eligible program participants until December 1st, 2023. So our ordinance that you worked on and passed met those requirements. So our residents will be able to participate in the turf buyback, the rebate program through December 1st, 2023. After that date, city ordinances will need to be updated to ensure full compliance with the minimum standards as outlined in the water efficiency standards for ongoing participation in the program. As stated in that second resolution, any exemption to those standards would require approval by the Washington County Water Conservancy District Board of Trustees. So what that means council, is that this would need to start the process of some minor adjustments to our landscape conservation ordinance in order to remain compliant into December and beyond. So what I wanted to do, council, was provide you with the resolutions, make you aware of what needs to happen. And then I can share with you some of the, on a high level, some of the minor items that need adjustment. And then staff can take your feedback on this back to the Planning Commission and ultimately come back to the council for final approval. So without going through all of the, each specific resolution, do you have any questions at this point, or would you like me maybe just to give a brief summary of the minor adjustments that need to be made? Is that okay, council? All right, I'll do that. So this came from the new conservation manager, Doug Bennett. He's doing a great job over there. And without getting too much into the detail, the primary issues that need to be amended in our landscape and potentially development codes include the first bullet point item, and I'll forward this email to each of you and to staff, updating lawn allowances to include what the water efficiency standards indicate as 100 square foot per dwelling unit for multifamily housing, and considering including the same minimum allowances for single family residential and multifamily residential. There'll be some details to work out on that. Eliminating water features without regard to source of supply, except those 25 square feet or less per parcel. Redefine active recreation area to include the parameters in the water efficiency standards. Prohibit the planting of turf within 10 feet of a roadway, and design requirements for drip systems in regards to the filter, pressure regulators, and the emitters. There are a few other minor issues. And in the interest of brevity, he recommends that we could just simply adopt the water efficiency standards of the Washington County Water Conservancy District by reference and strike most of the language of the ordinance. That would ensure our community is always in compliance, even if amendments are made to the standard in the future. This is similar to how jurisdictions adopt building codes by reference or standard documents, such as the IBC or IPC. Then he continues that even if you choose not to adopt the water efficiency standards by reference, they are recommending all ordinance include this final clause, where any provision of this ordinance designed to conserve water is less stringent than the water efficiency standards adopted by the Washington County Water Conservancy District. The most current water efficiency standards of the Washington County Water Conservancy District shall apply. I know that's a lot. Do you feel like you're drinking from a fire hose? Your thoughts? We're just on the very front end of this.
So Mayor, my thoughts are, so we just have to go with what they say? I know you've been on the board and you've been working on it, but there's a lot of things that we worked really hard on.
Yeah.
And felt like some of ours are even more restrictive. And so, and I'm not a real fan of saying, okay, we have to just abide by what they say. I'm not saying it's bad. I just am curious why all of a sudden they're saying, well, if you want to be part of the district, you have to do this, where we've already got our agreement. So if you can help me understand.
No, those are really good points, Councilman. So our ordinance, the ordinance that this group drafted has really been held out as the model ordinance. And in many ways, for lack of a better term, is better than the water efficiency standards. What the water efficiency standards do is they give a common minimum amongst the participating members of the district. Now, meeting those standards, and in our case, it would be just a few minor adjustments, and we would have Jordan or Thad or somebody work with the district to make those modifications, bring it back through the Plan Commission back to us. But the only requirement for our ordinance to meet those efficiency standards is for our residents to be able to participate in the rebate programs. It's not a matter of us being able to be part of the district, just it's a matter of there's a certain standard and a level of standard that the district feels like should be met, and that frankly the state, who's looking to continue to support and invest our efforts, expect. And so for us to participate, for our residents to participate in the rebate programs, we've got to make just some minor tweaks to our landscape conservation ordinance, is probably the summary that I should have said from the start.
So can I clarify then, if ours is more restrictive, then how do we not qualify? So that's my question. Is I'm not saying some are, some not. We might have some both ways. I'm just saying,
yeah,
if in general we go back, I would like to see a list of what ours currently is versus what they're requiring.
So I'll forward you this email from Doug that it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points that what he calls just minor modifications, and they have to do with multifamily housing, a little bit with eliminating some certain water features and size, a little bit with the drip system, just some minor tweaks. I would suspect that our ordinance would take the fewest amendments in order to remain compliant. So,
well, and then just one thing, I think we're at 7% of the residential lot, not 8, and they went to 8. And so
we do have the option to be more strict, okay. And we do have the option to choose, how we want to mirror the district's water efficiency standards. But I agree, we're probably all thinking of 2 or 3 line items where we're a little more restrictive than the district. But I wanted to start here because that's the legislative process. I wanted to have this open conversation. I want to make sure you understand that we likely have a need to amend this ordinance for our residents to continue to qualify for the rebate program. I wanted staff to be able to hear it. I wanted kind of your input, and then have this come back around. What I kind of would recommend is that we only make the necessary requirements to become compliant, but that we don't change anything else, unless as we're digging in that we find other tweaks that we could improve on. But I think to me that would be the starting point. Councilman Martinson.
Yeah, and I like the idea of referencing, like we do with other ordinances. We reference state code, we reference that, rather than writing our own in there, if it needs to be amended, right? I'm looking at a few of them, like 1,400 square feet of water, or square feet of grass, we're right there in line. The 8 feet strips, we're right there. They do implement a 25% grade, we're at 15. So there's just a few items that we'll have to amend, but I like referencing.
Okay, so this is a question I have, because I don't want to straight reference it, because I think we should have our own.
And I totally agree. I think we should have our own.
But I agree with tweaking ours to match.
Yes.
And I think that the concern I have is that you just reference theirs and then they go change it, and then we have to abide by it because that's our code. I would rather say, well, this is our code and it's either restrictive or not, and then we can make and us and future councils can make that decision based on the knowledge they have at that time. On this specific item, I think it's important to keep it with this body. So,
yeah, and I just sent that over to you. I agree with you, council, that I don't think we should strike our language and just adopt the water efficiency standards, but I do like making those minor, 5 or 6 adjustments that just get us in line. And I do like that final disclaimer that says, where any provision of this ordinance designed to conserve water is less stringent than the water efficiency standards, then we adopt theirs in order for our residents to remain eligible.
Mayor, was there any discussion about recreational water features as you went through this with the board? I mean, I see a lot of things, but I don't necessarily see that. Lagoons, surf parks, some of those larger recreational water features.
So the email the mayor shared includes a bullet point that says eliminating water features without regard to source of supply, except those 25 square feet or less. And so I don't know what the board's intent was with that language, but I read it to interpret, I think, what you're asking about.
And
Our
that-
city had previously said you can't have them with culinary source, but if you've got your own source, you can. And it looks like the district is saying,
Regardless of source.
yeah.
I just think we want to be really clear on that because we've had a couple of applicants recently who are interested in those types of amenities. We need to make sure we know what we're doing as we make that choice.
And that's an area our ordinance should be updated to remove the belief that they can do one if they have, private water.
But I also don't want to take them off the table because I think it's something, I believe if they bring their own source of water, then they should be able to do those type of things, if it makes sense that way, because it's their water, not ours.
Mayor, it may be beneficial to just do maybe a side-by-side comparison to these few bullet points and just identify where we're at and where they're at, because a lot of them to me looks like that maybe it just might be a word here or a word there rather than, the turf, the 10 feet as opposed to 8, but if you could do a side-by-side comparison, it might be just really easy to see the wisdom in just doing it.
No, I'm happy to ask Jordan to do that. And Jordan, if you can take our ordinance, coordinate with the district staff, redline and add on that document as necessary based on council feedback and this discussion to get us compliant. And then, December 1st sounds like it's a long ways away, but in the time that it takes to adjust ordinances, I wanted to get this back to this group sooner than later. So,
That's a good idea.
but like I say, I'm not ready to do the deep dive tonight, but I wanted to give you the high level review of what's happening so that we're not caught off guard and so that our residents can remain eligible participants in the program. And council, that's all I have, unless there's any further comment on this particular item.
Are they $2 a square foot now for
Yeah,
replacement?
$2 a square foot.
That's not bad.
And you just go to wcwcd.org and you can link right to they call it the Water Efficient Landscape Program, but it's essentially a rebate for turf removal and replacement with desert scape, so landscape conversions. But yeah, so the process includes an application, and then it includes a site visit from the district to just verify that grass was there, and then to measure the area, and then calculate that, and then once that conversion's done, then that money is paid. And just, you might find it interesting, but we've had, as memory serves, over 1,645 applications countywide. And we've, the district through this program has rebated over $1 million. Trying to remember the amount of turf that has been removed. Let's see, I have that. Bear with me for 1 second. I want to share with you that stat. I think it's interesting. I'll tell you the amount of turf that's been removed, and then I'll share with you the amount of gallons that saves per year. For 1 sec, I'll find that stat.
Mayor, while you're looking at that, if you don't mind, I'll just ask a quick question. I'm wondering if it might be available to put that hyperlink on our own city website that would take our residents directly to that site through our website. It might be a little, when they redo it.
I think that sounds like a great idea. Councilman. And so let me correct, fact check myself here. 1,450 applications have been received, in excess of that number, and over $1 million in rebates. That equates to more than 650,000 square feet of grass that's been removed, saving approximately 30 million gallons of water annually. So this program, without even being, intensely advertised, is already catching on. So I think our residents will want to be able to participate in that. So in order for that to happen, we'll need to make some tweaks to our ordinance.
That's some pretty good money too, when you do the math of over $1 million and 1,400 applicants. I mean, they're not all the same, but that's certainly worth checking out.
What does that average out, Councilman Martinson? What's
So if you took
He's a CPA, yes.
The
if
million
you take
divided
just
by-
the Washington, so if you just take the Washington County fee that they could have billed, that's $30 million. Because they get 96 cents or per 1,000 gallons, so it's 300,000. I was way off, sorry. So,
Yeah, 30 million gallons saved and $1 million rebates so far. So pretty cool. Last is motion to adjourn this meeting until 6 p.m.
so moved.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates,
I'll second that.
second by Councilman Ivy. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned for about an hour. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. We certainly have a crowd here, and I just really want to thank each of you for being here this evening. I know that we have two or three things going on this evening, which makes it nice to have a full council chambers, but to us as your elected representatives, what this shows to us is that you care about our community as much as we do, and it's humbling for us to sit here and to see this community and all the amazing things that are happening. So we want to welcome you here tonight. Today is Wednesday, August 23rd, and we're here in the Washington City Council chambers for our regular meeting. All of our meetings are also streamed live on our YouTube station, which can be linked off of washingtoncity.org/meetings. You can also go to that link and watch the meetings later if you don't want to watch them live. Before we get going with our meeting tonight, I just want you to know that we as your elected officials care very much, and it's important to us that we do our very best to manage the resources of the city and the impact that our decisions will have on individual residents and families. There is certainly an unmatched quality of life that we enjoy, and everything that we do here at City Hall and in our council meetings is to maintain and improve that quality of life for those that are lucky enough to call Washington City home. For the last year and a half or so, we've been privileged with partnering with the Interfaith Council. And so we rotate in partnership with that group with various faiths who come and start our meeting off the right way with an invocation to our Father in heaven. And so this evening, I'd like to invite Sister Michelle King from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the representative of the Interfaith Council to start our meeting off. Sister King.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful to be gathered here tonight at the City Council meeting. We are thankful for the city in which we live, for all the good that is done here. We're grateful for the elected officials and those who take a lot of time in considering what needs to be done here for the best, the goodwill of everyone in the city. We're also grateful to recognize the first responders, the teachers, the healthcare workers, all those who combine their efforts to keep us safe and to watch over us. We also ask a special blessing on the families, the youth, the seniors, all those who make up this community that make it unique and that provide, give it some personality. And we're so thankful for all those who are here tonight to come together on issues. We pray that there will be a spirit of civility and unity, that all will be well with the decisions that are made, and they will benefit this community. Again, we are thankful to be here, thankful for this beautiful place in which we live. Pray that it will be kept pristine and lovely for us to enjoy for many years to come, and the decisions that are made here tonight will help with the future and the community in the future, that it will go well and provide decisions that will take us into the next decade. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Sister King, and I want to recognize her husband, Elder King, here as well this evening. We appreciate your service, and we're glad that you live here in Washington. You've noticed a few uniforms tonight. We've got softball players and baseball players and firefighters. And so I have invited our battalion chief, Dan Kazir, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Chief Kazir.
Please repeat after me. Sorry, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, Chief. So now, before I call for an approval of the agenda, I just want to let all in attendance know that while we have spent many hours over several meetings, including a public hearing on many of the items related to our water, utility, and associated rate, the City Council and staff recognize that there is more work to be done. As your elected representatives, we appreciate the feedback and input, and as a result of that, staff has reached out and asked that items 8C and 9A regarding the water utility impact fee study and rate be removed from the agenda this evening, and further that no action be taken at this time. As the city was the applicant on that particular item, I'll turn to our city manager, Jeremy Redd, to speak on this item.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll probably just add some similar comments to what you said. We have been working on this for quite a while, and a lot of cities are working on their water plans. We happen to be one of the first, but we want to get it right. And so we are requesting that the council remove item 8C and 9A, the water rate and impact fee items, from the agenda for consideration. We'll work to incorporate the feedback that we received from the public, both in the public hearing and in the public comments that we've received from our residents, and look at some new methodologies and new ideas that might help in the rate design based on those comments. So when we bring the item back, we'll bring it back to a subsequent work meeting. We'll hold another public hearing prior to any adoption of the item. I just would like to, express appreciation to the mayor and council, as well as the residents who submitted comments. I think you do recognize that the mayor and council listen to your comments, and they want to get things right, as well as the staff. So we're here to support the residents and try to make life better for everybody, and that's what we hope to do. I also appreciate the hard work of the public works staff, and we'll continue to work to get this correct and make sure our water company is viable and healthy, short-term and long-term. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Manager. We certainly appreciate the modern comforts of turning the tap and having clean water come out. Additionally, I have been informed by the applicant on item 8B that they are not able to attend this evening. That applicant has asked that this item be moved to our next meeting in September. So that's a mouthful before we even get started with the meeting. Council, this time I'm going to turn to you for an approval of the agenda with the removal of items 8B, 8C, and 9A as indicated.
Mayor, I can make that motion for our August 23rd regular council meeting to remove 8B, 8C, and 9A.
Council, you've heard the motion by Councilman Ivy. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved with the modifications as indicated. But if any of you are here for water, please don't leave just yet. Part of the things that make up a community are things like those in uniforms here tonight. And if you just want to love even more where you live, just hang around for a few minutes and just kind of feel the spirit of this community as we recognize some of our softball and baseball players, and as we administer the oath of office to some of our public safety firefighters. So I would just ask that you would stay just for a minute, a little bit longer. And also, we're moving forward with technology. So if you didn't get a chance to see the agenda or get a hard copy of it, on the door you can scan the QR code. It pulls up not only the agenda, but also all of the documents and supporting information that the council sees. So that's just another way that we're trying to really be transparent and provide the community with the same information that we have. Item number 2 is announcements. So it is my honor and privilege, especially as the father of a softball player who's been right in the thick of it for the last few years. I am just thrilled to recognize the Utah State Little League Softball junior champions. Round of applause. So at this time, I would ask each of these athletes, each of these fast pitch softball players to just come forward, state your name and your position, and don't be intimidated that Councilman Ivy was a Dixie High baseball coach for years and years. But if you could just one by one come up and just your name and your position. Don't be afraid. This is a great opportunity. We want to recognize you. And you look great, by the way. There you go. Lead off batter right there.
Hi, my name is Reagan Brooks, and I'm a catcher, and I play second.
All right, Reagan. And stay up here. Stay lined up here. Just go to this. There you go.
I'm Peyton Christensen, and I play pitcher and short.
All right, Peyton.
I'm Gracie Johnson, and I play second and shortstop.
All right.
My name is Estelle Kirkland, and I played center field and pitch.
All right.
My name's Camry Sullivan, and I play catcher.
All right.
And I bring a gift.
Oh, Camry, you're awesome. Thank you. I'll come down. I had actually planned to have it so I'm going to give you one that's not signed. And I'm going to put this one in the mayor's office. And then, boys baseball, when you come up, right here. Before we let you off the hook, we're going to invite coaches to come forward, and then we're going to get a group picture.
My name's Danette Sullivan. I'm assistant coach.
All right, Danette.
Nicole Brooks, assistant coach.
Thanks, Nicole.
And I'm Vicki Litherland. I was the head coach. And I just want to say thank you for supporting us and that these girls are truly awesome.
Vicki, tell us a little bit about this team. Tell us what it was like to be state champs, and kind of how it all played out.
Well, the team itself, we brought girls in from our we don't have a lot of junior teams here in Washington.
Yeah.
We had 2 teams, so we brought the best of the best together, and it was fun because they had to learn to play together instead of against each other, which was a little twist. We had our first tournament in Cedar City, and Gracie is sporting that uniform. So that was pretty exciting. We played 3 or 4 different teams, I think, and took the championship, obviously. And then we headed to Tucson, Arizona, where we had to play in 110-degree weather. So, boys, you had it easy. We had a lot of fun. It was great.
Well, we couldn't be prouder of this team and the efforts. It's a pretty big deal to be state champs, and I'm going to put this ball in my office and keep it on display and display it proudly. Would you mind if we come down and get a picture with this group?
That would be awesome.
Thank you. Wait for the mayor. Okay. All right. Hey, congratulations. Thank you. All right, so I'm hearing that this is only the second time ever that the juniors from Washington Little League have won state. So this is a pretty big deal. This is a pretty big deal. Okay, now we're going to move on, and we're going to recognize the Utah State Pony Little League champions, coached by Josh Probst, Kurt Rindlisbacher, and Bill Huddleston. And boys, if you do the same thing as the softball players, if you'd each come forward, tell us your name and your position, then we'll invite the coaches up, and the last coach up will share a few comments. Come on forward, guys.
My name is Jay Studson. I play center field and left bench.
Left bench.
I'm Kofak Rindlisbacher and I play pitcher and catcher.
All right, yeah.
My name is Jackson Probst and I play outfield and pitcher.
All right, got 3 pitchers.
My name is Drake Duddleston and I play second.
All right, Drake.
My name's Karsten Torres and I play second base.
All right.
My name's Brett Turner. I play first base.
First base.
My name is Ian Hurd and I play shortstop.
All right.
My name's Craig Gibson. I play right.
Right field. Yeah.
My name's Caleb Henry and I play right field.
Right. All right. Are you serious? Okay, hold that for a minute. Hold that for just a minute. I'll come down. All right, the coaches, let's come up in this order. Bill, and then we've got Kurt, and then the head coach, Josh. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Bill Duddleston, and I was lucky enough to be an assistant coach on this team.
All right, Bill, thank you. Thank you.
I'm Kurt Rindlisbacher. I was also an assistant coach.
Thanks, Kurt.
Josh Probst, head coach of this crew.
Josh. All right. So what does this group need to know about this team? What do we need to know?
Yeah, this is so we have two players here that went last year that were also on the state championship team.
Yeah.
So they're coming back for a second round. We're kind of establishing a pattern of franchise
A
here.
dynasty.
A dynasty in Washington. So no, they had a great state tournament. It was kind of funny. We actually lost to a really good Enterprise team 10-0 on Thursday night. Just didn't have it for that game, and then came back, won on Friday, then came back, and on Saturday beat Enterprise 2-1 to win state, and one of the best games that I've seen, that I've coached, and so it was pretty amazing. Went up to Oregon. Boys played really hard. We actually held the lead in both of the games. Unfortunately, couldn't quite finish them. Lost both games, but had a great experience. Had a lot of fun going up, coming back. A lot of good activities there. So just real excited to be a part of that.
Thanks so much, Coach. Well said. Well said. Hey, baseball and softball, it's all about having fun, and it seems to be even funner when you win. Let's get a picture. Where's the ball? Did everybody sign it? Thanks so much, guys. Congratulations. One more. All right.
Mayor, can I have a little personal privilege for all these people, all these baseball and softball players leave? I just hope you guys thank your coaches, thank your parents, because I know there's a lot of effort put in for them. So I just want to give a round of applause to the coaches and parents that support these kids, because it's awesome.
All right, we're going to fly through a few announcements, and then we're going to get to the other important business. Next Wednesday, a week from today, right here at 6 p.m., the City Council, along with staff, will be hosting a fifth Wednesday open house for the public, where the public is invited to attend and interact with the council and staff and provide input and feedback in regards to the general plan land use maps. The council is talking about updating the general plan in 2024, and they have asked for opportunities to have public input on the general plan land use map. So if any of you are interested, we'll be here in the council chambers next Wednesday from 6 to 7 p.m. to talk about the land use maps. City offices will be closed on Monday, September 4th, in observance of Labor Day, if you can believe we're already there. And council, that's all I have. Is there any announcement that I may have missed between now and our next council meeting? Great. Item 3, council, do any of you have any declarations of abstentions and conflicts or conflicts? Seeing none, as is usually the case, we'll move on to the next important item, which is oath of office. So it is my privilege this evening to invite our fire chief, Matt Evans, to come forward. And together, we will administer the oath of office to 3 additional new hires to our team. And do you want me to say the names, or do you want to, Chief?
I mean, we didn't practice it. I can pronounce them fine. They're pretty easy ones, though, I feel like.
Hold on, let me look
we
here.
Put the pressure on you?
No, I can. I think I could do it. Well,
they're pretty easy.
Why don't you do it, Chief? I think it'd be your privilege to do it.
It's always a safe route for sure. Right? Names are interesting. So tonight we're actually going to go with 2. We have one that's not able to be with us tonight, but we have Quinn Pincock, Maddie Gerke, and Tyler Christian. And so we're going to swear in Maddie and Tyler. I'm going to bring everybody in from the hall. It's an interesting dynamic because the fire department right now is going to put the occupancy limit to a test. So I need Drew just to keep looking at his computer screen.
We'll stay here for this time. We'll stay here.
And we're blaming it on the baseball teams. Bring them in from the hall. So while they walk in, just a quick update. So these are the 3 additional positions that you put in this year's budget. We very much appreciate that support. It's a great step forward. It takes us to 24 full-time members operationally that work on the trucks. Right now, we currently have about 25 part-timers. So that, of course, right now we're a little fragmented throughout the city, thanks to a small construction process going on just up the street. But that's really that's helped to keep us with the amount of trucks that we have spread out, so that we can get somebody to any of the emergencies that pop up as quickly as possible. So it's worked out really well. So again, we appreciate the support as we move forward. We have the 2 of them. We're going to bring them up, and we'll swear them in, and then we'll have them invite their to get them up here as well.
We call it an interrogation, Chief.
Well, I forewarned.
No.
Tyler, you can come right up here.
Absolutely, I do, Chief. So, Tyler, you are a firefighter paramedic,
That's correct.
and you are among the most recently hired to join this department. Can you just share a little bit with this council and this group, what this opportunity means to you and what it's taken for you to get here?
I was very grateful for the opportunity that I had when I was able to interview and go through that whole process. It was super life-changing for me to be able to transfer over from a different department to this department. And I feel like I'm at home and a part of a family now. And I love my job.
Well, you absolutely are, and we are so fortunate to have you. And will you just take a minute to look behind you and look around this room, and just take a minute, Tyler, and look at the support you have. This is a pretty special group here, and this is a group that you've got. It looks like about all of the on-duty officers and many of the off-duty officers here to support you. So you do have a home, you do have a family here. Tell us who you chose to pin on your badge.
So this is my wife, Abby. We've been married for 3 years now, right? Yep. So,
Abby, would you just say a few words and tell us what this means to you and your family, and answer the question if he looks good in a uniform or not, or something, whatever you want to say.
Yes, I'm super grateful for Tyler's job. He's had experiences in the past that I just wanted him to get something new, and I feel like he's a lot happier here, and I don't know, I just like him a lot more now that he's so much happier.
Yeah.
And yeah, he looks good in the uniform.
Well, welcome. We're gonna expect a lot of work out of him too. So I hope he's happy while he works. But thanks so much, Abby. Well said. Thank you, Tyler. Welcome, Tyler. So, Maddie, you are a firefighter, advanced EMT. Would you just tell us, what this opportunity means to you to be part of the Washington City Fire Department?
Yeah, of course. So I, came down for college in 2019 down here to St. George, and I never expected to stay down here. That was not my plan.
Yeah.
But I had a really great opportunity from Chief to get my fire certifications and get hired on part-time, and sticking with the department, and here I am now, and I'm super grateful to be here. Like Tyler said, it's like a family. Everyone cares for each other and there for each other no matter what. So it's a great opportunity to be here with Washington City.
Well said. So tell us who you chose to pin on your badge and why, and also what that means to you.
So I chose my dad to pin my badge on. He's been a firefighter for West Jordan City for 25 years, and it's really special. Kind of joke about how it runs in the blood because my brother's a firefighter too, and it's really special to have that bond with my dad and my brother, and it's just important to us, it's special to us.
Is this your brother behind you?
Yeah, that's him back there. So.
All right. So dad, brother, if you'll come forward. Maddie, make some room for dad first, and then brother. Dad, what a special opportunity to pin your badge on to your daughter today. Can you just share what this means to you?
If I can. I'm just beyond proud of Maddie. She's worked really hard for this. It was kind of hard for me for her to follow my footsteps because I know this job and know what she'll see in her career. But I'm just super proud of her, beyond proud, and I'm thankful for the chief to give her an opportunity and to hire her. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Did not expect this. Yeah, just like my dad said, and I'm super proud of Maddie. She's been pursuing this longer than I have, and she knew she wanted to do this way before I did, and
she kind of got me interested into it too when she kind of explained all the perks of it, and I'm like, you're right. And yeah, it's having that family of my sister, my dad, and my grandpa. You know, it's in our blood, and it means so much to me that you gave her this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing her with us. Chief Evans, you know, we did this last year on the positions that the council, you know, opened up, and this year, and the word that's come to me tonight is just mentor. I look at these firefighters entering into this career, and each of them, you know, speak so highly of you, and then I think of just the culture that you and those around you from the top down have built, and it's really special. And I want each of you to know that we are doing everything we can to continue to support you, and that we prioritize our fire department and our public safety. We recognize that often you're asked to do more with less. Often you have needs that are right now, and we can't get there as fast as your response times to the emergencies that you're get called to every day. But for what it's worth, speaking for this council and this executive staff, we appreciate you, and we just, you know, every hire you've made so far has been spot on, and so just keep it up. Keep it up.
That's really the key to it. You know, you surround yourself with great people, which is what I've been smart enough to do. People that are better than me, and they do phenomenal work, and take much pride in the manner in which they take care of the community. It's awesome.
And it absolutely shows. Chief, if it's okay with you, let's do a picture with all of your fire department, and then we'll invite family members of the newly sworn in. Council, we're going to stay up here because of the size of the group, but let's get those pictures, and then we'll get on with the rest of the agenda. So firefighters, come on forward, and then we'll invite family up right after.
Anyone else out in the hall? Smile big.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you to everyone who is here for the firefighters. Okay. If you don't love the community, if you didn't love the community you lived in before tonight, you probably do now. Item 5, consent agenda. 5A is the approval of minutes. This is consideration to approve the minutes from City Council meeting of 8/9/2023. A call for motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson,
Second.
second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Consent agenda is approved. Moving along to item 6, preliminary plat. 6A, this is consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Desert Ridge Estates, phases 1 and 2, located at approximately Florence Drive and Desert Cactus Drive. The applicant is Sunwood Homes. City Planner Eldon Give will give the staff report on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plat for the Desert Ridge Estates Phase 1 and 2 subdivision located at approximately Desert Cactus Drive and Florence Drive. As seen in the exhibit, Florence Drive separates the townhome portion of the development from the single-family homes. This application does not include any of the townhome development west of Florence Drive. Regarding the townhome development, the applicant has the option to work with the adjacent landowner and may be making adjustments to the layout of the townhome development. The applicant will need to resubmit the preliminary plat application for the townhome portion of their development. This application is for Desert Ridge Estates Phase 1 and 2 and includes the full build-out of Florence Drive. Desert Ridge Estates Phase 1 and 2 is proposing 72 lots on an area covering approximately 18.68 acres. The zoning designation at this location is planned unit development. The surrounding zoning is planned unit development to the north, east, and west, and open space to the south. The applicant met with the Hillside Committee on January 20th, 2022, November 29th, 2022, and again on March 30th, 2023, where the applicant satisfied all of the Hillside Committee comments. On March 30th, 2023, the Hillside Committee made a motion to recommend approval of the Desert Ridge Estates Phase 1 and 2 subdivision. And you can see the attached Hillside Committee minutes in the packet here, where the applicant has shown lots 232 through 235 being regraded to reduce hillside cutting and has incorporated rock walls behind lots 219 through 233 with these rock walls being built to match the development to the west and shall be painted to blend into the hillside along with all the disturbed areas in this location, being mitigated with there being no disturbance fences installed as shown on the exhibit to ensure no disturbance takes place beyond the disturbance line. Staff has added conditions to this report to address the above Hillside Committee concerns. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on August 16th, 2023 and recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Desert Ridge Estates Phase 1 and 2 subdivision. And that was on to the City Council based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions as seen in your report. In the report, you can see I've added conditions 13 through 18 to address the Hillside Committee concerns. And Mayor, Council, I'm happy to read through those if you'd like. I did read them during the Planning Commission meeting.
I would like you to read those, Eldon.
You got it. Condition 13 states. Lots 232, 233, 234, and 235 shall be graded as shown in the exhibit to meet slope stability standards and reduce hillside cutting. A slope stability certificate report for these lots shall be submitted to planning and zoning with the final plat application showing compliance. Condition 14, prior to final plat application, a compliance certificate for all of the rockery walls shall be submitted to planning and zoning showing they have been built per design and meet compaction requirements. Condition 15, a no disturbance fence shall be installed as shown in the exhibit behind lots 215 through 236 and 135 and 136 to ensure this open area remains undisturbed. This no disturbance fence shall be maintained, monitored, and strictly enforced throughout construction on this site. Condition 16, a no disturbance fence shall be installed on the west end of Florence Drive running north to south all along the development and tying into the no disturb fence south of lots 215 to ensure the hillside area between Florence Drive and Bella Vista Drive remains undisturbed. This area that is being referenced is where the townhome portion is located. That's not included in this application. This no disturbance fence shall be maintained, monitored, and strictly enforced throughout construction of this site. Condition 17, prior to final plat application, all of the grading disturbance areas, the purple shading identified in the open space area on page C10, shall be restored with rockery walls and planted hydro-seeded material that is native to the area. There shall be no hillside scarring visible, and all restoration efforts shall be complete. Lastly, condition 18, bonding for the rockery walls, landscaping, and revegetation, mitigation, restoration efforts behind lots 215 through 236 and 135 and 136 shall be approved by Public Works in conjunction with construction drawing submittal. Construction shall not start or any dirt be moved until such bonding is in place. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions on that.
Thank you, Eldon. Before I invite the applicant forward, council, what questions do you have for staff?
So Mayor, would it be appropriate right now to kind of share with the council some of my experience with as far as Hillside on this application?
Absolutely. You're welcome to share it now, or you're welcome to share it after the applicant speaks. It's your decision.
I'll share it with the council now so they have the information in case they have some additional questions. That's okay. Council, as you can tell by the additional conditions and the specificity of them, this was not a real easy project, because anyone that knows this area knows how important the vistas are on this ridge from both sides, from the north and the south. We kept in mind that the developer's rights and we tried to mitigate that with what our ordinance is and how to make sure that the finished product would yield a pleasing vista as it is today. So I can tell you that, I don't want to make a pun, but every rock was turned, unturned, or however you want to say it, to make sure that that things are being considered. The applicant was helpful and willing to listen, even when we added conditions that were not typical of a hillside review. But the one thing that I want you to notice and remember is the fences that were added to this. That is an absolutely no build, no disturbance zone. And that's become more and more evident that we need those just to make sure, because sometimes in construction crews, there might be a breakdown in communication between different crews and different workers and what can go where. So these fences absolutely draw the line that can't be crossed, because as you know, and we've discussed this before, is once something's disturbed, getting it back to its original condition is almost impossible. And so just want you to know that And again, I just mentioned that the mayor was very wise almost 2 years ago when he saw the wisdom in adding a hillside committee to the council so that we can have some direct communication back so that we have our questions answered. We had 3 hillside meetings on this and extensive conversations. So just want you to know that I concur with the findings in this application. The conditions that were added were brought about by a very diligent hillside committee. This site does, as I said, creates some structural concerns and some aesthetic concerns. So I'm feeling confident that as far as the hillside goes, I feel that we're in good shape as a city.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. Appreciate your comments. Council, any additional comments or questions for our city planner?
Yeah, Eldon,
Eldon, you come forward, please.
Can we be specific on the type of fence we're talking about? Is it just a construction fence, orange fence? Is it barbed wire? Is it just, I mean, just can give you some specifics on what fence was specified?
There were no specifications on the type of fence. I think it would be wise for council to maybe clarify that in the conditions. I envisioned a vertical fence, so your eye is drawn to this. This is a hard line here. Nothing can cross this boundary, but as to the type of fence, that was not mentioned.
So Councilman Coates, let me just interject right there. I think it was, maybe didn't make it into minutes, but I think what our thought was that we'd want the high visibility orange construction fence that, chain link or barbed wire could pose some problems, but is that what you mean?
Yeah, here it's working now. What we did up in Eagle Summit, which is up above, well, it's out there by Lion's Head and all that. There was the same issue that we did. We ran a 18-inch chain link because it doesn't show up enough on the rough, finish of the grade, which is good. But if you're right there on it, you see it. You can't help but see it. We don't want it too tall because then it's just going to be an obstruction. But we used angle iron and chain link fence on that, and it turned out actually, I was skeptical going in, but it actually made a really nice fence that made people aware. Don't go beyond.
Is this a permanent fence or is it a construction fence?
Nope, it'll stay permanent. If it isn't stated that way, I recommend we do, because the one up in Eagle Summit is still there today. And it reminds all the homeowners subsequently, this is a no disturb. That's why I want it to be permanent and stay and be maintained, because for subsequent owners, it tells them, no, don't go beyond here. So.
Okay. The other question I have for staff is, since we're not talking about the townhomes, why is it part of our packet and the exhibits?
It was originally submitted with the plan, and some discussions were had. A meeting was made, and to keep the item moving, it was left on. Okay. And noted that it is not included in this application.
So one of the things I would like to do moving forward is, if stuff like this happens, is that we need to amend our plans so that we know what we're approving, because there's a lot of this and this and that, and I'm not comfortable moving forward on stuff that isn't, this is what we're doing, because then we have to go back and look at it, like say there's a difference of opinion. I just want to be very clear of what are we building. So that's a concern of mine, is that we're not talking about the townhomes, but they're a part of the packet, and we're doing certain walls, but we don't show the walls in here. It's just per this exhibit, but it's not very specific on what to exhibit. Like, I want clear direction. We're going to this exhibit. This is what we're doing. Identify where those, we made these conditions. We should have exhibits that go with the conditions if we're going to be, and it's just a process to make sure that we're clear with the applicant and the applicant's clear with us. Because I'm tired of being in this situation where we're like, well, that's not our understanding, but that's your understanding. Let's just be very clear with these applicants of what we expect and what they expect. So that's one thing I'm looking forward. The other item I had on this, and it might be toward Councilman Ivy, a question on the hillside board. I see in here on the landscaping, it calls out that there'll be hydro seed in these areas. I'm concerned about the hydro seed, and to be consistent with the other hillside applications, as we said, that had to be irrigated. But granted, this has the blue clay, so I don't want to irrigate it, but is there another method to cover the scar of that and not have irrigated landscapes. I don't know if that came up in Hillside.
It did. It applied much more to the townhome side of it, the phase 2 of townhomes. But the townhomes needs its own conversation for a lot of reasons. It's much more problematic than this. But I would have to be, maybe Eldon, you can recall what areas are to be hydroseeded. I don't recall in these 2 phases where those areas are.
It's on the backside. It calls out hydroseed right there. So it calls out black basalt boulders, retaining wall, painted black to blend with existing black basalt boulders. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's above it. Area to receive 4 inches of topsoil and hydroseed. So so we're going to grow our weeds is what we're going to do in this area. It's just tough because it just doesn't grow without water to get it established, I guess.
It is, and I'll just kind of tie into that, and it might help remind, is when we were there looking at that, we thought about doing all either black rock, because they will have some coming out, and then doing some black cinders, but I think we all agreed that it would have drawn more attention instead of, we're trying not to draw attention. And so I think that's why this was talked about, and everybody felt good about it being done this way, because of the fact of the rest of the terrain there. As you look up, there's a lot of mix, and that's probably why we all felt more comfortable about doing this mix of actual rock, cinders, and then hydroseed. So if that helps you.
Okay. I still have concern with it. I think there needs to be more walls and blend, and just because I don't think we should irrigate it, because that's kind of hard to deal with all the blue clay. The other concern I have with the plan is when I looked at the wall details, there's some pretty big wall details, and I didn't see those in this phase. So again, I don't want it in the plan if it's not a part of it. But there was some 20-foot walls. We okay with 20-foot walls? I'm on this prominent area, and I don't know if those are for the phase 2, but I didn't see them in phase 1. But I just am concerned that we're going to be building 20+ foot walls in an area that's very visible.
I think we noted some of the other developments, and some of those especially on the south side, right? From Sullivan's, there's some other rock fills that were referenced on at least one of our meetings, where the expectation is to have them look like that.
If I can just make a point here, the Hillside Committee, one of their concerns, I believe it was during the second meeting, was to reduce, as Drew stated, kind of the wall heights and bring in some of that revegetation just to kind of help break it up off the back.
Okay. So the last comment I have is I have concern on lots 222 to 217. I just kind of don't feel like those should be lots, that hillside, but that's just my opinion.
They shouldn't be in Hillside?
They shouldn't be a lot. I'm concerned we're taking out, there's a massive cut on lot 221. Yeah. And that's a beautiful little, you realize you can see this from a lot of places, both sides of the hillside. So I have concern with those, but those are the comments I have. I do hope that we can move forward and get a plan that's the plan that we're looking at today. So.
Eldon, the one clarifying question that I had is, once these fences are put up, who monitors those? Who's actually the person that monitors and makes sure that they're intact and not being violated?
It's a joint city effort. Public Works will be heavily involved as they're overall the civil work, dirt work of that.
But it'll continue through the entire construction process, and each inspector will just take a look when they're there.
Correct.
Is that the idea?
Council, any additional comments or inquiries for staff? At this time, I'll invite the applicant and/or the applicant's representative to come forward and address the discussion that the council has had and share with us anything else you'd like to share on this particular item.
James Jessup. How are you guys?
Hi, James.
To address your retaining wall, in the beginning, we did have large walls off of the back of 229 over to 222. We reduced that. We felt like rather than doing a big 20-foot wall, we did I can't remember if it's a 10 or 12-foot wall and then that slope more to blend in with it rather than doing the large retaining wall. So maybe that'll help clarify that question. I agree with you. We don't want to water this out the back. We'd rather do it with eyebrow walls and hydro seed to try and get flatter places that can hold the water so that it will hold the seed up on top and not be able to wash away rather than invite water. In our CCNRs on this, we're not allowing any grass. We're trying to keep all the water off of this project for various reasons, water conservation, but also it is a blue clay area. So we want to make sure we're sensitive to that.
Are these houses, are you anticipating building on piers or over X type stuff? Or
it'll be a mix. There's areas
depending
that
on the
have
lot.
a large fill. So obviously we'd want to fill that with good dirt and that takes care of that part of it. But there's also a lot of areas that have cut. And in those areas we'll be piering.
Council, additional questions for the applicant? James, is there anything you or your engineers would like to share with the council before?
I would just tell Kurt, thanks for being at all of these meetings.
Councilman
been
Ivy.
here
He
long
thanks
and
me
the
now.
whole way. No,
Councilman
Kurt-
Ivy.
I meant that. Councilman Ivy has sat in all these meetings and we appreciate him following this all the way through.
Yeah. So James, one more question. Is there anything in your CCNRs about single story and 2 stories?
No, there's not. We plan on building single story and 2-story. The 2-story, 2,200 square foot has been one of the most popular models. It's a majority has been young families that need a couple bedrooms upstairs, need open space downstairs. I would say it's gonna probably be, if I was to guess, half and half.
Are these going to be homes similar to the development down below?
They will in the first phase, and as they go up on the ridge, they'll invite maybe a higher end home than the ones that are down below. So as it steps up, we'd like to see a little nicer finishes and a little nicer units looking over both that ridge. That's a spectacular ridge. So we'd like to build a home that kind of justifies that.
Thank you.
Everything?
Yeah, no more questions for the applicant, but Mayor, I just.
Thank you, James.
Want to mention, I'm sure that the council can visualize this. If you're down at Sullivan Park and you're looking kind of northeast, where that area is, where all that build out is shown, that's the saddle up in there. And it was interesting when we described, a ridge line. A ridge line can be a saddle as well. And it's where the sky meets the ridge, right? So, we had conversations about how close the houses should be to that, because they definitely have the right and entitlement to build there, but what that would look like. Felt like moving them back up a little bit further created a little bit less of maybe a focal point to distract from the hillside, because that natural valley up there is very nice. It will yield some beautiful lots and homes, and residents will really enjoy it. But it wasn't easy trying to determine exactly the location where the houses should be in relation to how close to the ridge. So that's been considered as well, pulling the houses up closer to the level ground on top rather than closer to the edge. So just a comment, just so you understand that was part of the conversation as well.
Councilman Ivy, so when I look at those lots, I mean, the high point's kind of like the road approximately, and then the houses sit off the back end. And I do agree, it's a special place up there. I mean, I love it up there. It's one of my favorite places in Washington, is right up the river. And there are houses already along those ridges, and we see just the tip of them, right? So it's not as abrasive, and maybe these will or will not. But sometimes I look at this and I'm like, maybe we don't need to develop every single piece of land along these ridge lines just because we can. And that's how I'm feeling, is that maybe we need to look at doing different things instead of maybe padding a lot. You build the house custom to the hillside or something. I don't know. I'm just saying I'm not really liking everything that's here. And most of it's on the lots between what I say 217 to 222, because I'm concerned that we're not building we're not building on the land, we're just taking the land and lotting it out. And with those special hillsides, especially on that canyon, I'm concerned.
Well, I appreciate your comments because I was there. We made a couple of special field trips just to look at what it was going to look like from, on both sides of the river on the south. But, the thing that's hard about it is when there's entitlements and rights to build, I think that, like I said, moving them up closer to the road and taking the house away, I do agree, and I would love to have had that. Maybe, for example, put into a park before or something that would have kept from houses being built there. But there are houses on that ridge line to the west. There will be houses there to the east, as there are on a next development over. And I do hear your concerns. I really do. I mean, these vistas are so important to our community. And once something's damaged, you never get it back. And I totally agree. Maybe that's would be a good conversation at a future point, maybe a work meeting or something, Mayor, to decide exactly what council's direction is on something like this. Because like I said, there are entitlements there, but yet we got to mitigate that with the effect from the hillside. So.
City Manager.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to make a quick process comment, just because I think sometimes we see where the process may not work as well. I just want to thank the applicant. We got to a point in this project where we got stuck, and the staff was at a point we couldn't recommend moving forward with the project, as you've seen on some other projects. And we had a meeting, and the applicant came in with their engineers, and they've all been really good to help work with the staff to address some of those concerns. And granted, we never get to a point where all the concerns are gone, but we got to a point that the staff can recommend the project move forward to the Planning Commission and the council. So sometimes we point out where the process doesn't work. This is a point where the process worked because of engineers and applicant who are willing to continue working on it until we figure something out. They were able to pull the townhomes off of this particular approval, and I'm hopeful we can find something that works for the council, for the staff, to keep that project at some point. But I just want to express that appreciation.
Thank you, Jeremy. Drew, in our packet, there's another map. If you scroll, it shows the green with the contour lines. If you could just zoom into that.
I think this is the one we want. Just one, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And, it's funny. Sometimes I'll talk to council and I'll say, I used to lose sleep over votes, and I still lose sleep, but it's not over votes because I don't get a vote anymore. But still have an opinion on some things, and so I'll just give you my thoughts for what it's worth. Council, on this is, first of all, knowing this builder and the engineers they're working with, they've done a fantastic job on those lower sections. Those are really attractive homes. They look really nice, and it's a great addition. It really elevates that area of Telegraph, and it's a really nice addition to our community. As we see around the community, these lava rock mesas are pretty special. They're really pretty, and once they're disturbed, if it's not done exactly right, then that's a scar that doesn't ever heal. And so maybe that's why I have just a little bit of a pit in my stomach, as this is a very visible mesa, whether you're on the freeway or you're on Telegraph or wherever you may be. If we cut too much into those lava and go too far up the hillside, I worry that aesthetically it might damage the appeal. So it does put a council in in a difficult position. I did attend the Planning Commission when this item was discussed, and my thoughts were right in line with Councilman Coates in regards to lots 217 to 222, particularly. I run up Florence Drive once in a while. I see that, and then just kind of the other thing that's in my mind, and as we're weighing, the entitlement process, which is what we're going through, and the work by the Hillside Committee and reputable applicant and applicant representatives, I still have in my head the question of if we perhaps we can, but should we? That's kind of the question that I have on going this far up the hill, with the slope and with the soils and things. So, Council, I don't envy your position on this one. Again, I'm still losing sleep, but it's not over votes. This is a vote that you'll have to decide on tonight.
Again, Mayor, it is kind of it's difficult to balance entitlements with hillside preservation. I will tell you that the phase that was taken out, the townhome phase 2, I will be speaking much differently about that when it comes forward, just in all fairness. There's some that's just too far over the common sense areas of but this one here, like I said, I totally understand. I understand where you're at. I didn't really look at it from a standpoint of whether they should be built there or not, but I looked at it from a standpoint that I could bring it back to council, say, if it is built, this is what we've done to mitigate it and make it as pleasing as possible.
I appreciate the work you're doing. Council, this is your opportunity to discuss amongst yourself and come to a point where one of you is ready to make a motion of some sort.
So I've, share some of the same concerns about the hillside. One thing I've noticed about James over the years is he's built some very, very beautiful rock walls in our, all over Washington County over the last 20 years or so. And I've noticed particularly his crew does a good job, and they seem to really care about, what they're doing, how it looks. And, I appreciate the fact that they've discussed doing a combination of walls and slopes, rather than 20-foot walls. So, I hate to see our hillsides cut up, but, I think there's ways that we can do it and develop it and still make it look beautiful. It may not be exactly what it was, when it was natural, but there's ways to make it look beautiful as it gets developed. So I feel pretty confident that his crew will be able to make it look nice, so it won't look natural like it did before, but it can still look beautiful. So
they build a very nice product here. That's true.
So I had a question on the no disturb fences.
Yeah, speaking to that, Mike, Councilman.
Who verifies where those are and who checks to make sure that they don't go past that? And what are the guarantees that we have?
I'm looking at him
to make sure
John.
we don't go past that.
Come up, John, Mr. Hinkie. You knew you weren't going to get through this item. We lean on you too much.
I was hoping to get through it, but yeah, once we have the construction plan and stuff, then we'll have where the fences are specifically supposed to go in, they'll be surveyed in, and then my inspector that's assigned to that project every day will be up there making sure that we don't have any violation of the fence.
Councilman Martinson, your other thoughts, questions? Councilwoman Casperson.
I was just gonna say, it's not too often that we have this many additional requirements or conditions. And so I feel like the hillside was very careful about making sure that different areas were addressed with this, and because the subdivision conforms to the approved zoning, and it looks like it's going to be a good project. I'm comfortable with this moving forward.
Councilman Coates,
I'm ready for a motion. If they can.
go ahead.
Council is.
I'm happy to entertain a motion if the council's ready.
I'd like to make a motion that we table item 6A, preliminary plat Desert Ridge Estates, until we can get the drawings cleaned up to specifically what we're doing. And with the conditions identified on these exhibits, walls updated, landscaping updated, whatever additional stuff, the fence identified, what fence we're putting in, even staff is confused on that. I just want to be very clear as we move forward. That's what I would recommend, 2 weeks. I hope the applicant can accommodate that in 2 weeks to get it. 3 weeks, I guess. We have the 5th Wednesday, I guess. So if that works, if you need more time, so you have these ready to go?
Hey, Brandy, come on up. We know you.
Brandy Walker, representing the applicant with Civil Science. This is a large, you're probably not used to seeing this many sheets in a preliminary plan set. So on, which one is it, Drew? I want to say it is it's not the landscape. Keep going over to, there's a disturbance exhibit right there. That's the guy. Right in that one, yeah. So if you zoom into that, it'll clean up. See the purpley line? That would be if you look at the legend, that is the disturbance line. So what we would do in this situation, Eagle Summit, I was involved in that many years ago. The lot owners owned all the way down off the hill and stuff. So what we're proposing in this one, so the machine operators on the equipment can see it, would be the plastic, really bright orange gridding fence. So it would follow that purple line that you're seeing there. When these guys go to sell, the property owners don't own the hillside. They can't go down the hillside, so that won't be their private ownership whatsoever. So we're proposing the orange grid fence based on that squiggly line that you'll see, or whatever's, in a couple cases, the property owners actually own a little bit further behind. You can see at the corner of 23, 22. So that line's meant to be right on that, so we'll fence.
Okay, and I saw that. I appreciate that, Brandy. I think in my motion is the reason why I'm tabling it is there's just phase 2 is still included. The townhomes are included. We need to cut those sheets. We need to be very clear in our packet of what we're proposing. I'm not trying to hold you up. I know you've been working on this a long time. I just want it clear so you understand, because apparently our staff thought you're putting in a permanent fence, and now you're telling me you want to do an orange construction fence, which is temporary. So let's just work out these details.
We're on the same page with Public Works on the fencing. We hadn't had a discussion prior with Drew, so we apologize for that. What happened is because you can see the timeline on this project, we started this in 2021. It's very clear to the applicant, to us, and I believe to city staff that the townhome portion, everything east of Florence or west, has nothing to do with this application. We're wildly aware. I mean, we can go on record as saying that. We've had private meetings to work through staff because of their recommendation of, not supporting us to come before you guys tonight, before council. So I don't think, James can get up and speak for himself, but another 3 weeks after 2.5 years is just to talk about an orange fence on record, we're good. And then to talk about, nothing west of Florence is understood. But we'll let council have us decide that, so.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Let me, hold on a sec. So we had what was the start of a motion, and then we had conversation. Councilman,
so I
would you like to continue with your motion?
I would like to continue with my motion. But I'd like to hear what Thad's opinion is before I continue.
Go ahead, council.
it was mostly just, not an opinion, just confirm, staff took a position against the phase 2 townhomes. We had one of the meetings which we require of applicants when we take a position of non-recommendation. Some of you that have kept an eye on this will know that there's a geotechnical report in recent years that indicates there's a subterranean ancient landslide. Essentially, there's a layer of soil underneath the last phase of Bella Vista and the townhome phases that shows the propensity to perhaps slip or slide or create a landslide event. And so the applicant's response to that meeting was to voluntarily withdraw phase 2 from consideration. And so it has been clear to staff since that meeting and in planning commission that phase 2 is not part of the application.
So Thad, could you just repeat the whole subterranean thing again? That was quite the subterranean.
Somehow in my practice of law, I've dealt with Washington's subterranean ancient landslide and St.
Ancient
George's.
landslide.
St. George has one too on South Bluff.
Okay.
And I'm just impressed that there's geotech experts that can figure out what's going on 100 feet beneath the ground. But
You're a wealth of knowledge. Thank you. All
I
right,
en-
Cal.
I enjoyed watching the planning commission. You kept having to go back to that and say that, although I won't even try to do that tonight.
I would have to write that on a sticky note and, put it on the bathroom mirror to practice saying it to get it right, but you just rolls off your attorney tongue. Councilman Coates, go ahead with your motion so the council can hear it clearly.
Yeah, so I'd like to table item 6A till the next council meeting to get the preliminary plat updated with the items addressed and be more clear on what we're approving and not approving.
You've heard the councilman's motion. Would someone like to second that motion?
I'll go ahead and second it.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Martinson. Let's go roll call to table this. Do we have a date real quick on what that meeting in September is so that it's clear? To September 13th. And applicant, do you understand the clarifications that the council's asking for?
I understand
No,
you think
no,
it's
no,
clear,
no.
Brandy, but I'm trying not to get frustrated, but I'm trying to hold everyone to a standard. I've had to do this on multiple preliminary plats. If you submit something, submit what we're doing, not another phase. I understand that phase got cut off. I understand, and I'm just asking to hold everybody to the same standard, that it's clear to you, it's clear to me. In 2 years, it might not be clear. And that's what I'm trying to be is, what are we doing?
We'll go roll
So-
call on this. Martinson?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Nay.
Okay, the item is tabled on a 4-1 vote, and we look forward to seeing you back on September 13th with those clarifications on your submittal. Moving along is item 7. This is a public hearing. Is 7A is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for the eminent domain of certain property or billboards, along with all associated rights in that property that directly or indirectly arise out of a lease that ROA General LLC, formerly known as ROA General Inc., and now doing business as Reagan Outdoor Advertising, collectively Reagan, had with the city to place and maintain 2 advertising structures or billboards on tax parcel ID W-168-A-1-D, which property location is approximately southeasterly from the intersection of Main Street and Buena Vista Boulevard. Council, what I can tell you on item 7A is that we will hold the public hearing this evening, but we will not take action. Our city attorney will explain why that is, but we will hold the public hearing as advertised. Before I speak to public hearings, is there anyone in attendance this evening who is here to speak specifically to item 7A? Okay, great. So you get my spill. So a public hearing is an opportunity for the council to listen and to consider public feedback. After I open the public hearing, any wishing to speak to this specific item, please remember to state your name for the record and to address the mayor and council as such. Please make sure your comments are relevant, concise, and not repetitive, something that's already been said. Most well-spoken comments can be made within minutes, not hours. I actually just changed that. You know what I usually say. Clapping or yelling after comments is not appropriate in a public meeting, and council will listen and take notes. But before I open the public hearing, I will turn to our city attorney, Thad Sigmiller, to give the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Council and the mayor certainly recall this issue as you were consulted as the interchange project came along and the question of the billboard leases that were in play on that property and how they would fold into the interchange. This is not a common public hearing for this council because we don't do eminent domain often, if at all. It's not something we frequently do. State law does require that if the city is to take a position as to eminent domain, that they hold a public hearing, and that's what this hearing would be tonight. The reason that there's a consideration of eminent domain is Reagan Billboards, after they partially removed their structures from the city property, supplied the city with a notice of intent to relocate those billboards to another location within the city. And there's a state billboard statute that states that if the city does not settle that case or file an eminent domain case within 180 days of the notice, then the application is permitted to relocate to those locations without regard to the city's sign and zoning ordinances. And so state law really has put us into a position where if we can't settle the case with Reagan Billboards, then our only other options are to let them go into the locations they've designated without regard to our ordinances, or to take an eminent domain stance in litigation. And so that final decision this is made by the council, and the state law requires that we hold a public hearing before that. Mr. Wilbanks, who raised his hand, is a good attorney, and he represents Reagan in this matter. You all received his letter from the recorder. He submitted that in the recorder, and I wanted to make sure that you got a copy of that. The reason why we're asking that you not consider a motion approving the ordinance tonight is his letter did highlight that they feel that perhaps the city could have done a better job of making an attempt to settle this. You know, we're grateful to have his letter. We hadn't heard from them for a while. It's good to know the reasons why, and we're happy to make those efforts. And so our request would be that you would continue the ordinance portion to the next regular city council meeting. And between now and then, myself and our attorney will work to see if we can do a job that makes them feel like we've tried to really see if we can resolve this.
Well said, Thad. Council, questions for our city attorney before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, at this time I will open the public hearing for item 7A and invite any wishing to speak to this item to come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Eric Wilbanks. I am a resident of Washington City, but tonight I'm here as counsel and attorney for ROA General LLC, which is a limited liability company that does business as Reagan Outdoor Advertising. For purposes of convenience, tonight I'll just refer to them as Reagan. But I'm here representing Reagan as the city attorney. Mr. Segmiller noted, I did submit a letter that I believe, hopefully each of you had an opportunity to review that. To a large extent, I appeared here tonight to maybe reiterate some of those comments, hit the highlights, make sure you're aware of how important this matter is to Reagan and their position on things. Given kind of the introduction by Mr. Segmiller, may not be as critical as we thought it may be when we're coming in, since it sounds like we may be not taking action tonight and providing an opportunity to negotiate going forward. But I still would like to provide some comments and insight onto Reagan's thoughts and position on things. I do agree with Mr. Segmiller to a large extent as far as the statutory requirements and the processes we're going through. We may have to agree to disagree on some points as far as with respect to the timing of the notices of relocation that were submitted. It's our position that the eminent domain action that's being considered here tonight is being brought as a threat in response to notices of relocation that were submitted to relocate 2 billboards that had previously been located in the area where the new interchange is being put in, and which Reagan sought to relocate to locations along Telegraph. It's our position that those notices of relocation were submitted before any portions of the sign were removed or taken down, and that the notice was timely, and that pursuant to state law, Reagan is been permitted to move forward with the relocation of those signs without any further approval of the city except for the issuance of building permits. And so that's our position on the matter with respect to that issue. And like I say, in this, our understanding is that this potential eminent domain action was brought in response to those requests for relocation. It's our position that the condemnation action that's being threatened is not in the best interest of the city or Reagan. And we've got several reasons for that. I mean, one of the principal reasons for that is that we don't think that the acquisition of these billboards is the best use of Washington City taxpayer funds. I mean, these are billboards that were previously located in the city. All we're seeking now is the opportunity to relocate those to different locations in the city. We're not seeking to add additional billboards, further clutter up the scene or anything. Like I say, they're pre-existing. We're just moving into other locations. Prior locations no longer available. With that being the case, say we don't think that it's a good use of the city's funds or taxpayer funds to acquire these billboards. We'd rather see the city use the funds to build public parks, provide other benefits and services to the residents of the city rather than preventing Reagan from relocating billboards. Another issue we want to make certain that you're aware of is that Reagan is ready and willing to discuss alternative locations for these billboards. It hasn't been expressly, it hasn't been expressed to us specifically, but we'd anticipate that one of the key objections is the request to locate them to locations that are along Telegraph, which is the main thoroughfare for the city. With that being the case, if that's a key concern, we're ready to discuss alternative locations in other parts of the city. We understand the city may not have a large number of parcels of property that are available to facilitate the construction and relocation of these billboards, but Reagan is willing to investigate and look into alternative locations, parcel of property that are owned by other landowners other than the city, and take appropriate steps to negotiate leases, whatever they need to do to find other locations. And if the city is concerned about the aesthetics, if they're concerned they're going to take these billboards that were taken down, relocate them somewhere else, and fearful that they're old, dilapidated billboards, Reagan's intent, if we're allowed to relocate, is to construct new, modern billboards, not put up old, worn down, rusty billboards, put up new billboards. And Reagan wanted to be certain you're aware that there are steps they can take to try to make these, to improve the aesthetics of the billboards, make them more pleasing to the eye. There's things like putting pole covers and other ways they can try to, make them look as good as possible, kind of as pleasing to the eye as possible. And Reagan's willing to discuss methods and means that can be used to do that, if the aesthetics is a concern. And one of the things Mr. Segmiller mentioned is the timeline. The statutes do lay out a timeline. There's a 180-day window of time from the date this notice of relocation was submitted to the city, as far as what the city's timeline to initiate an eminent domain action. We're willing to discuss those issues with the city as well, as far as trying to sit down, talk, and discuss a timeline that works for resolution of this issue. This may be the first time Reagan has dealt with this issue here, but Reagan has dealt with this issue in other municipalities in northern Utah, and they understand the difficulties that can be posed by this sort of situation and the time it can take to resolve the issue. And so, yes, kind of the net result of all that is Reagan's willing to talk. We want to work this out. Their preference, of course, is to relocate the billboards to a mutually acceptable location. But they're ready to talk. We do understand and acknowledge that the statute does provide the city with the right to exercise its eminent domain authority to condemn the signs and take them, if that's what the city desires to do. But like Mr. Sigmiller noted, there are processes and procedures that are required in order for the city to properly do that according to Utah law. one of those preliminary steps that is required to be taken before the city can take a final vote to authorize the initiation of a lawsuit to exercise eminent domain. Is the city's required to reasonably negotiate with Reagan for the acquisition of these signs, and it's our position the city has failed to do so. Up to this point, there's been simple inquiries about what Reagan may consider to be just compensation, but there has been no discourse or back and forth discussions about how, what might be appropriate consideration or compensation to acquire these signs. So kind of the net result of all this, like I say, again, we don't think this is the best use of public funds. We don't think this makes sense. Our suggestion would be that it's when you tabled it, sounds like that's going to be the result of this anyway, but that was going to be my suggestion. Kind of Mr. Segmiller kind of stole my thunder on that. I was going to suggest that the city table this matter to give us time to talk with the city and see if we can work this out, whether it's working it out via reach an agreement about alternative locations, or whether it's reaching an agreement for the compensation and to be paid to acquire the signs and the associated rights.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else in attendance who would like to speak during this public hearing on item 7A? Come forward. And if you just state your name for the record, please.
Wendy Godleski. I was prepared to talk about the water rates and haven't had a chance to look into what it is that's going on with this billboard. But I've lived in many cities where there's lots of billboards, and if you look up any politician who's running for office who passed the billboards, you look up their campaign finance reports, and the people behind the billboards are the ones donating to their campaigns. And it always just struck me as kind of funny. And it's just one of those things that I would caution you about. I don't want to get into a situation in our county where the people passing the billboard ordinances are being funded by the people putting up the billboards. So I haven't studied this issue. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it's just something I noticed in other cities I've lived in that I don't like, and I would urge caution. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. Excellent, relevant public comment. Appreciate that. And for the record, I don't know anyone up here who's been who's had a billboard campaign sign, but is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, do you want to speak as part of the public hearing?
No, just when you're ready to allow me to speak.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing at this time. And Thad, if you'll address any of the comments that you'd like to, and then I'll turn to the council to take the appropriate action.
Yeah, I'm not sure I entirely digested the public comment. I just want to say that Mr. Reagan's oldest son was my law school classmate. We all wept when he died before he was able to graduate with us. Reagan's, they're a reputable company. They do good work, and if there's any insinuation as to their relation to politicians, that hasn't been my experience. I also did want to just respond to some of Mr. Wilbank's comments. Reagan has my letter, which specifically addresses their notices of intent to relocate and gives them very specific reasons why their locations are problematic for the city. And I think he had stated that they haven't received anything from the city in response to that, and that's just not true. They have my letter. The city has also provided them an alternate location. We sent them a very specific location, gave them a map, put a point on it, and said, here's an alternate location that we would be okay if you considered. We've also sent them multiple emails saying, hey, let us know what your price is. Let us know, let's start that conversation. And the letter you received was the first response to that. And even the letter acknowledges that there was a delay there. And so just wanted to clarify, none of that changes the fact that we would like and are willing to ask for more time to keep trying to do exactly what we feel like we've been trying to do.
Which is negotiate in good faith.
Which is take a few more weeks before the council passes the ordinance, and we'll keep trying to see if there's a solution that can make sense.
Does September 13th seem reasonable for all parties?
Yeah, it works for a number of reasons. It gives us more than just 2 weeks because of the fifth Wednesday. it also is within the 180-day time frame that's set by state law. And so, yeah, that's a good day. And if the council would just continue that ordinance consideration until that time.
Council, I'll turn to you for further discussion and or a motion to continue / table this item to September 13th.
I'll make a motion to table item number 7A. Is that good enough?
That's good. Should we, to September 13th?
To September 13th.
Council, you've heard the motion by Councilmember Casperson.
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Coates. This is, what is this? Is it an ordinance? Is this an ordinance?
Public hearing. It's a public
Yeah,
hearing.
it is to approve an ordinance. Okay, so we'll go roll call on this. Henderson?
Aye.
Coates? Aye. Ivy? Casperson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
This item is tabled until September 13th. Item 8, thank you. Item 8A is ordinances. Item 8A is consideration to approve an ordinance for General Plan Amendment G-23-05 to change from residential low-density LD to neighborhood commercial NCOM located at approximately Washington Fields Road and Merrill Road. The applicant is Rosenberg and Associates and Mino Properties LLC. And before I turn to staff for their report, just by raise of hands, is there anyone in the audience today from that's here for this particular item? Joan, you are? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman, if you will give the staff report on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicants are seeking to amend the general plan land use map at this particular area at this northwest corner, Washington Fields Road and Merrill Road. The requested area covers approximately 5.29 acres. The current land use designation in the general plan is the low density residential. The applicant is seeking approval to have the land use designation changed to neighborhood commercial in the general plan. The surrounding general plan use designations are low density residential to the north, south, east, and west. Staff's reviewed the requested change and is comfortable with the proposal. Just through the finding of the specific location itself, that this intersection of two main roads in the Fields area, this could be a possible fit for some commercial services at that particular location of the city. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their August 16th, 2023 meeting, and the Planning Commission by a vote of 3-2 recommended approval of G-23-05 to amend the general plan land use map from the current low density residential to the proposed neighborhood commercial designation as outlined and shown in the exhibit here attached to, and that would be onto you, the City Council. I'll be glad to answer any question that the council has before you go into your public hearing.
So this isn't a public hearing, but I'm happy to staff for you to ask any questions you'd like to our Community Development Director before I give the applicant a chance to come forward if they would like. Questions for Drew? Reading the body language? None. Applicant or applicant's representative, would you like to come forward and say anything on this particular item? Any questions for the applicant? Okay. I am going to take a little bit of a mayoral privilege here, and Joan, if you live in this neighborhood and you have ties to much of the property in this neighborhood, and you may have heard at the start that next Wednesday we'll be reviewing general plan land use designation maps, and that's as a precursor for the work that this council wants to do next year, which is an update to the general plan, and so that's a pretty big undertaking. I would like to invite you to come forward if you're comfortable with that and just share your insight on this this general area, and if you have any particular thoughts on this item.
I'm not really against or for it. I am interested in the general plan. I'm probably the longest resident of the Washington Fields, and I've seen it go from farms, dairy farms, to this. And I am a little concerned about all of the growth. Where's the water coming from? I don't know if a commercial thing there is great or not. My husband says, oh, that will make our property more valuable. Well, I like the farms. I just, and that's, I know that's maybe outdated. I'm behind the times. I am getting old, but I'd like to see the growth slow down. I just think it's wildly crazy. Every time my children come home, they're just like, wow, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe a little convenience store where I could walk to it would be great. There's pros and there's cons, and probably with everything you deal with. I admire the city council. You have to deal with tremendous growth and lots of varied opinions. And I appreciate your work. I just wonder if maybe we're moving too fast, going too fast. Traffic, all of that. So I'm not against this. I just was curious to see what might be going in there. And I do wonder exactly what that means.
Yeah.
What is that when you say neighborhood commercial? What does that entail?
That's a great question, and I will have Drew answer that. Is there anything else you would like to say on the record first?
No, I'm not against it. I am not for it either. I'm neutral. But I
Well-
would like to know exactly what it entails.
Well, I appreciate that, and when I saw you here, I know where you live, and I know your ties to that entire area, and I just really appreciate your objective and straightforward comments. That's
Well,
exactly what I knew I would get with you.
appreciate the chance to say something. It is a beautiful city, and the growth is good in so many ways. But with that wonderful growth, there are always problems. And the hillside thing, that worries me a bit. But thank you for your work, and I would like to know exactly what it is, what it means.
Thanks, Joan.
Yeah,
Drew,
no,
you have your
yeah.
marching orders.
I've got them. Now, I wish I could say
Let's get
exactly
this right.
because we don't know yet. But neighborhood commercial, and I applaud the applicant for asking for that versus regular straight out commercial. Neighborhood commercial is kind of businesses that kind of would help service the residents around the area. You know, kind of like your mom and pop type maybe businesses, maybe a bank or a dry cleaner, or, you know, just these smaller businesses, even a convenience store, you know, that you could go into, small market, things like that are what go in neighborhood commercial. So again, it's kind of businesses that just kind of tie with the immediate surroundings, you know, within a couple miles around it for the people that live in the area. That's what we try to put in that area. So that's what we'd kind of hold it to. They don't know what they're going to put in yet. The owner picked this property up, to my understanding, is he just feels this would be the best use for it instead of plopping in a bunch of houses, you know, that would be there, which I wouldn't be in favor of. Trying to put a bunch of residences at two major roads just gives me the heebie-jeebies as a planner. And so I appreciate the proposal, and it is from somebody, it's not from the city, that's pushing this. So they have that opportunity, but that's the kind, small mom and pop type, we're hoping businesses that would go in there and just more services for the surrounding neighborhood. So hope that helps. Mayor.
So Drew, that is a good answer for Joan. But for this council and myself, I'm going to need better.
Okay.
I want you to speak about the zonings that are consistent with the neighborhood commercial land use designations, and also the conditional uses that could be applied for. And I wouldn't mind even having you pull up a list of those.
Yeah, I'll be glad to. The
Thank you.
only zones that can go in neighborhood commercial are your administrative professional, which
Okay.
is office.
Yes.
You know, doctors, dentists, things like that can go in there in the AP zone. The C1 zone is the other zone that they can apply
Then
for.
why don't you
And
read the
I'll go-
permitted uses and the conditional uses in a C1? You know, I really like, Drew taught me land use, so I know he knows these answers. I learned land use from him.
So he tries to blame me too now and then, but that's okay. Appreciate it, Mayor. Right here, the C1 zoning. permitted uses. Anything that is a permitted use in the administrative professional, which I just talked about, all your office space, etc. Mobile food vendor, restaurants, retail operation of cleaning, laundry, cosmetic.
These are the permitted uses.
These are permitted uses. Repair services, retail sales and or rental of goods, merchandise, and equipment conducted wholly within an enclosed building, so no outside sales whatsoever in there. Now, here's your conditional uses. Automobile car wash. I just shouldn't even brought that up. That's a nasty word in the city, car washes. But automobile service stations excluding the repairing, painting, or upholstery of automobiles. Child daycare or preschool centers. Churches, temples, or other places used exclusively for religious worship. Commercial recreation and entertainment facilities, not to include sexually oriented businesses. One accessory apartment attached to and on the same parcel as an approved retail use for occupancy by the manager or employee of the approved retail use. Private business and technical schools. Reception center and or wedding chapel. And that's pretty much it. As for that's your conditional use permits.
Drew,
there,
did you say fuel stations?
Fuel stations.
Just want to clarify.
That's under a conditional use permit, yes.
But a conditional use permit, they have
You're
the right
right.
to do it. It's just under conditions.
If they meet the conditions or the mitigations, they can do it. So, but that's within your C1 zone. So,
Drew, is there a conditional use permit for a church across the street south there?
that
I know there's been a sign there.
Yeah,
for a
there's
long
a
time.
there is the
sign.
Catholic Church coming soon. Unfortunately, no. You can thank that because religious buildings can go in any zone, and especially in all residential zones. Now, the only thing you can, if they have a height limitation, you'd have to give them a waiver. They would have to get that cleared through the city council if they break the 35-foot height limit. So, but churches, because of a federal law that was passed years ago, can go in all residential zones.
And just for the record, Drew, who is the land use authority on conditional use permits?
For commercial ones, it's the Planning Commission holds a public hearing and gives recommendation to the City Council,
the final
who
vote?
then votes on the CUP for commercial uses.
And then, would you mind just zooming out and maybe?
Yeah, this is their exhibit. Let me go to the city.
Yeah, if you could go to the map maybe and just zoom out, and I just want to see where other commercial zones are along Washington Fields Road. Maybe from just George Washington Boulevard up to maybe Maryland 2000 South or so along.
Okay, let me take one more click out.
And then just overlay it with the general plan or zoning that shows
So the
commercial
zoning,
uses.
yeah. So the zoning right now, you have at Sandia and 2000 South, this commercial piece that the Snows are doing right there on the corner. Then again, this is a big commercial center, but it's not in our city limits.
Yeah.
Right next to the blue dot here, which actually is under construction. There's a big office building going in right there at that end of Merrill Road. The next one down here is, again, the Snow piece, different Snow family. Down here at George Washington Boulevard.
And really that whole four corner quadrant, although that's still, is that the zoning map or is that the?
This is the zoning map itself, yeah. So right where the
Can you
arrow
put
is
the
that you
general
see.
plan map on it?
Yeah, well, I can bring the general plan on here in a minute, and that'll actually show more commercial,
Okay.
things. So, but right here is the area they're talking about. So it's almost splits the difference between this 2000 South one and then George Washington Boulevard.
it's
But
on
now let's
around
go-
Nichols Peak.
Yeah, let's go to general plan land use. So this piece was given, that's the deal that was made with the property owner. At
forgot
the
about
time,
that.
who's not in the city limits, right there. That's the Larry Adams piece.
Was that with the acquisition for
For the
Merrill?
roadway, yep. So the city gave a concession to turn this on each side of the street as community commercial right there that you see. And again, this is down by the school. This piece has not been updated. I don't know why that's still here. It shouldn't be.
But that's
It's
the
down
gas
here.
station that's going
Yes,
in.
it should be dropped down here. And then down here at George Washington Boulevard, you can see all the areas, Staley Farms, and then all the way out at the new interchange.
And then the junction's a little further south.
Yeah. Then the junction is actually down here in this area.
Yeah.
It, I think, just has their plans in for review right now. They're actually going to get started soon, so.
So council, I'm going to get out of the way here, and I apologize for asking a lot of questions there. I guess my question for you in your deliberation is if you're comfortable moving forward on this piece, or if you feel like this is better suited to be done in conjunction with the update that's forthcoming. And I'll turn to you now for your discussion and any questions you have for staff and or the applicant.
Mayor, I'm kind of, I suspect there's a possibility that this will be commercially developed one day, but, next week, we're going to have some discussion with community members, as far as amending the general plan in several different areas in the city. And I'm kind of leaning towards maybe waiting on this and getting some input from people that live in the area. That's just kind of how I'm leaning right now. But
So I agree with what you said, Councilman Henderson. I just still don't feel like it's tough to make a way. Like, it'll take us 6 months probably to go through the process, wouldn't you say, Jeremy? To go through a general plan, just working through it. So maybe not that long, maybe 4. I just hate to hold them up on something like that if it makes sense. So, but I don't know, I'm kind of leaning your way, but again, it kind of seems like a good spot, but it's just tough because we are going to go deep dive, and I'd hate to make a wrong decision and go do something wrong there.
Yeah, I'm kind of that way too. I like that we're thinking commercial in the fields because it has been needed. It's been discussed for a long time. But, sitting in that planning commission meeting, they went back and forth, spot zoning and spot rezoning or spot general amendment. I'm not a big fan. That's why I think, waiting a week and then waiting a few months on the general plan. I know we want to be as business friendly as possible, but we also want to make sure we get it right, because what if that ends up being the only commercial piece right there on the corner because the citizens don't want commercial right there? So I'm leaning on, let's hold off for a little while on this one.
Thoughts from this side of the bench?
I really like the commercial area that is just up from there, where there's, it was planned where there's homes and then there's townhomes, and then it goes into the commercial. I'm just kind of nervous about having a commercial here where it's all this, the density, and I just don't know how that will go into just having a commercial area. And then, so you go from, a low density area, and then you have, a gas station. Does that make sense? Or you have, a car wash there. Does that make sense? So I am hesitant to make changes on this time, and would rather look at it as the general plan as we, just study it and get input from residents.
Councilman Ivy, do you have anything to add?
Well, I do think this specific spot needs to be commercial. I think that when you look at the overall plan for what's out there, one of our goals is trying to provide areas for residents to get the needed neighborhood commercial items closer to home, and where we can't control what's going to go in there. But I do think that needs to be commercial. I don't see any harm in waiting for the discussion for next week, but I'm inclined to think that should be commercial in any situation.
Any further comments before I invite the applicant to come forward?
I kind of agree with Councilman Ivy. I'd like to, I don't think we need to wait for a year on this until we have our general plan completely buttoned up. but I think I would like to wait, at least a week and see if we get any public comments on this, before we decide. I mean, I can totally see this as a commercial area. I can see those big, it's a perfect spot for commercial, but I think, I'm just leaning towards waiting at least till next week. I'd like to get a little feedback from the community on it. So.
Councilman Coates, you look like you're in deep thought there. Enlighten us.
No, I agree. And I agree in the fact that I appreciate you saying that, because I don't want to hold them up for even 4 months if it's going to be commercial anyways. But I don't know, I think I'd ask the applicant, Jason, if you could, I'm sure you want to move forward because that's what you're here to do.
I'll invite you up, Jason, to just for your response to the discussion.
Jason Smith, Rosenberg Associates, representing the applicant. I guess I'm a little confused on why it was noticed to 30 people, which is a radius of everyone that lives anywhere near there, because you'd have to go, it's way more than what I want to say it's like 650 feet, and the legal notice is only 300 feet. We had to go 650 to get the number. I first want to say that I agree wholeheartedly with the comment. I want the fields to be the fields. Unfortunately, I didn't win the lottery when it was $1 billion either time, so I haven't been able to make it the fields. And when looking at this, it makes sense to be commercial. Washington Fields is 108-foot right-of-way. Merrill Road is now I'm trying to remember what it is. It's 80.
It's fine.
But it's wide,
Yeah.
right? It's bigger than a residential street. It's not conducive to low-density residential just by that. And the big part is the landowner made application to this. It wasn't someone down the street or anything say, hey, this would be a great, the landowner made the application. The landowner wants it to be commercial. There has been notice, there has been comment. Either the people that were noticed didn't make comment, or the comment that was made was, I just want to know what's going there, and so do I. And we definitely will present that in the future. Remember that this is a general plan, it's not a zone change. General plans are general in nature, right? They're not pinpointed, they're not, this is what we think should be there in 10 years, in 15 years. So I guess that's what I would ask you. If you think that's what it should be, I don't understand the reason that we wait to make it that. So that's my concern. But thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate your comments as the engineer and representative.
So I kind of agree with him. I'm to the point where it makes sense to me. When you look at where the commercial is to the north, commercial to the south, this is in the middle, you have commercial to the west. These are kind of the four corners right there that maybe it just makes sense. And I think we would be there next week anyways, so.
And it's the least impactful commercial,
out of the
right?
commercial,
Neighborhood
so.
commercial. It's, like I said, just to clarify, I do think it needs to be commercial, and to be further in my comments, I think it needs to be neighborhood commercial. And, sometimes, again, I think that we have a duty to make sure that we provide the services, so, for it to, so I'm inclined to approve this, just so the council knows where I'm at.
Okay, council, any further discussion, or are we ready for a motion on this item?
Do you have a question for Drew?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Really quick. You recall specific roads, right, that require specific CUP for anything commercial. I can't recall what that ordinance is. Is it over 5,000 square feet? If it's a commercial property on specific roads, what is that?
This would warrant it. Washington Fields Road is one of the stated
Regardless
roads.
of where it faces, if it faces Merrill Road, it's still ordered.
Touches Washington Fields Road, so yeah, they would have to do a conditional use permit for whatever.
Whatever they have.
Yeah, so although even those permitted uses I read you, anything, because you know, it's not even the square footage because it's on that road, but you're going to see it at a CUP regardless of whatever the choice comes to be.
Council, further discussion and or motion?
Mayor, I'm going to make a motion to approve an ordinance for general plan amendment G-23-05 to change from residential low density LD to neighborhood commercial NCOM located approximately Washington Fields Road and Merrill Road.
I have a motion on the table by Councilman Ivy.
Second that.
I have a second by Councilman Coates. We'll go roll call on this as it's an ordinance. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Nay.
Martinson.
Nay.
Henderson.
Nay.
The item does not pass. The motion does not pass. At this time, we turn for another motion. We need another motion.
Yes. Yeah, because it's just that motion died for approval of it, so the item itself has not been, you know, hasn't been asked to be denied, so.
Okay. Council, I'll call for another motion.
Wait a second.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to table.
All right, Councilman, when, to what date?
September 13th meeting. Is that right? September.
I'm probably the most dense person in this room, so I need to have clarification here. But if we made a motion to approve that did not pass, but it wasn't a motion to deny.
That's
I
right.
just want to make sure I'm clear and for Tara in the minutes.
All right, Councilman Ivy, you have a substitute motion. Will you repeat your motion?
Yes, I make a motion to table an ordinance for general plan amendment G-2305 to our September 13th meeting.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivy to table to September 13th.
I'll second that one.
Second by Councilman Martinson. It's still an ordinance. We'll start with Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Nay.
The item passes 4-1. We'll see you on the 13th. Items 8B and 8C were removed from the agenda when the agenda was approved, along with item 9.
Mayor, did we say the date for 8B? I didn't know if we had clarified that for sure.
I want to say that I mentioned September.
Okay, because they were hoping to get on the 13th, because just so they had a family issue tonight.
I want to say that if you watch back at the minutes that we talked about September, that I mentioned they weren't able to be here, as you relayed to me.
Okay.
And that they want to be on the agenda in September. So I expect the recorder to have item 8B on the September 13th agenda for the council.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to make
No,
sure.
it's no
so
problem.
that we don't.
If that works for the applicant, I appreciate them reaching out on that. Item 8C was removed. Item 9, resolution 9A was removed. 9B, this was among many highlights of the night. 9B is consideration for this council to approve a resolution for the USS Utah honoring and remembering the forgotten ship of World War II. Councilmember Ivy, I know we heard a great presentation during the workshop session. Would you just speak to this item before we approve it?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Yes, we had a lot of visitors here earlier. It was really nice seeing the young folks from Pineview. We had a veteran here that was 106 years old. We had representatives here. I think what's important in the message here is that a lot of times Washington City leads out on important matters. And I think at this point in our history, it's good to remember sacrifices that were made for us. And I don't feel like there's anything more deserving than those individuals that lost their lives on December 7th aboard the USS Utah. There's some great stories there. We talked about a water tender that won that was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. We learned about a baby that is still entombed there with the soldiers. And we learned about a Utah that was actually killed among the deceased that day. To me, I just want you to know on a personal note how much I appreciate this council. I appreciate being able to bring things like this forward and being able to have your consideration on this. But I urge that we pass this and we move along to our neighbors, our friends at other municipalities in the county, and eventually with the state legislature to pass this and ask for their support in a statewide, albeit individual, but a statewide celebration to remember the USS Utah and its role that it played in December 7th, 1941. That's come to known as Pearl Harbor Day.
Well said. Council, you're all involved in this process. Any additional comments on this?
I think this is really fantastic. And can I tell you something that really touched me a little bit earlier? So Councilman Ivy and I were here about 10 minutes, 15 minutes before our 4 o'clock meeting. And there were probably 15 cadets from Pineview High School, and Sergeant Spinlove, is he 106?
106, yeah.
106 years old, veteran of World War II, was here for our meeting. And about 10 or 15 minutes before our meeting, every single one of those cadets got in a line and came up at parade rest and then turned around and shook his hand and saluted him. And I tell you what, that made me cry. The respect that they had for that man, and that made my whole night. So, Councilman Ivy, appreciate you, making this happen, inviting those people to our meeting, and letting us witness that great event. So that made my week. So thank you.
Any additional comment? Councilwoman Casperson, would you make a motion on this?
I think you should.
I want you to.
Okay. If you insist. You gotta pull up the agenda. Switch over. I'll make a motion to approve a resolution for the USS Utah, honoring and remembering the forgotten ship of World War II.
Council, you've heard the motion made by Councilwoman Casperson. Would someone like to second the motion?
I'll go ahead and second that motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Martinson. Let's go roll call. Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Ivy.
Aye.
The resolution passes unanimously, and it, I'm sure is gaining much momentum. Thank you, John. Thank you for the flag. We appreciate that donation. We appreciate all the hard work and uncovering history and making sure the USS Utah is no longer the forgotten ship. This resolution will make waves across the state. Well done. Item 10, council business. Councilwoman Casperson and Councilman Martinson, they arm wrestled, ended up changing a few assignments.
Who won, Mayor?
I can't disclose who won. It was pretty intense, but Councilman Martinson ended up with the Washington City Youth Council assignment, and Councilwoman Casperson ended up back with the Washington Area Chamber. We're just changing that back. We've had open conversation with both parties, and and it seems like that's a good fit. Any discussion? If not, I'm happy to for you to make a motion to make that change.
I just want to say I'm glad to be back in the working with the chamber again. I'm glad that we still have the opportunity to work with the youth, and I'm supportive of Martinson doing that. He's really great with the youth, and I'll admit I did try to get Shade Tree from
She's not lying.
I suggested it, but Mayor was absolutely not. No way Henderson will give that up.
But I might take mosquito abatement from one of these guys. Who knows? Who'd like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve the committee assignment changes as outlined.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates,
I'll go ahead and second that.
second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Those assignments are updated. Item 11 is report of officers from assigned committee. We'll start on my left. Councilman Martinson.
I don't have anything, but we will start to have items from Youth Council. They have their retreat on Saturday, so we'll get assignments, and hopefully we can continue on with the mentoring, and it's a little more effective this year, and the youth actually reach out to each of the city council members and mayor and staff on taking that opportunity to learn from individuals that are here. So
On that note, if you don't mind, just for the council's information and for staff, the youth council will start meeting in the first part of September, and their regular meeting location will now be what they refer to as Stan's Garage. We've all been there, and it has appropriate access, and it takes some of the pressure off the conflicts of trying to host back-to-back meetings here in the chambers. So it's a great opportunity for them. Councilman Henderson.
So Mayor, I just recently went to a mosquito abatement meeting, and they've been super busy this year, with all of the rain and runoff and pools of stagnant water. They've been quite busy, I always tell them I haven't had a mosquito bite for years, and they always tell me, hey, then we're doing our job. So if we don't hear about mosquitoes or know that they really exist, they're doing their job. So appreciate what they do. So
Or your blood isn't sweet enough.
maybe.
Many of us have a mosquito bite. Should we report to you, and you report back to them?
Day or night.
Yes. Okay. So I do have some other information for you. I told them that you guys are calling for mosquito merch, and we've got some coming. So give me a month or two, and I'll probably have another calendar for you. So, okay.
I don't know how to control this, but this is an ongoing, anyway. Councilman Coates.
So we haven't had any meetings, but we had the opportunity to go to Jackson Hole for the UAMs, and it was quite informative and a good time. I've never been to Jackson Hole, so it was fun. It was great to learn some of the stuff, some things about the EV cars that are coming and kind of the struggles that they have. So I don't have anything really to report besides I learned a lot, which was, I think, helpful being on the power board, and I was super appreciative of letting me come and learn with a couple of the power board members, and Rick and Jeremy was there as well, and I learned a lot. So it was definitely, yeah, Dick and Lori down there, they were a good time to hang out with. So. All work, no play. That's right. We're all business. But no, I just want to say it was a good time to learn, and I think the biggest thing I took out of it is, I think we all realize it's the coordination between people. And the great thing is I learned a lot of things about a lot of different people up there, because I met a lot of different people from these small cities. I can't remember his name, but maybe Jeremy can. He had been a council member for 34 years. From Oak City, right? And I was like, that's impressive. I'm like, that's painful and impressive. And it's even painfuler in a small town like that, because like Jeremy will say, yeah, you're the one that they hand the shovel to and say, yep, city offices need shoveling. So I'm happy we're in a bigger city that I don't have to do stuff as much and deal with the day-to-day like Jeremy gets to. But it was interesting to meet someone who'd been on the council for 34 years. So goals to reach.
Thank you for going to that. I know that's time away from work, and I know it was, I'm sure there was some play, but I know there's a lot of work you all did up there too. So thank you, and thank you, Power Board. I know you're doing everything you can.
Can I ask something really
please.
quick? Coates, are you having a commitment? Is that your goal then?
34 years. I'm gonna say we'll see how this time runs. But no, that's unprecedented. I'm sure. I mean, it was just super impressive. But as long as you're with me, I'll do it.
Councilman Ivy.
Thank you, Mayor. What I want to talk about tonight is League of Cities and Towns. They brought forward 2 resolutions that I'm going to drop in your boxes. They're both worth mentioning. The first resolution that we had just at our legislative policy meeting last week, ahead of the legislative interim session that will be in St. George the middle of September, is a resolution titled "A Resolution on the Need for Dignity and Civility in Local Politics." Now, this is something that the League has had extensive conversation on. And we all recognize, I'm thankful for each one of you every day for the good relationships we have and being able to get our citizens' works done. But that's not the case in every community or on every council. And so this is a whereas type resolution that asks for bipartisan support of Governor Cox calls it disagreeing better. Find a way forward in your disagreement so that we can find a way to do the work and to do it well. Then the second resolution is equally as important, is a resolution on the importance of preserving local authority of municipalities. Now, we all have had those lamentations over the years, right, about the state, stepping on us a little bit, the federal government stepping on the state, And so this resolution is just saying to our legislators, please understand that we're here, we're capable, we need your support, because I think we all agree that the entity that governs the closest governs the best, And this resolution is really, really good in its wording. I think it says a lot for what we would like to see as local city council. But Mayor, there's also a Slido presentation that really at this point, legislative policy is looking at several questions as to work in conjunction with legislators as they craft their legislation for this next session, and what we would feel is important. It's a yes or a no, and I'm only going to read a couple of them. I've got several here. I'll drop those in the file as well for you to read them. But the first one is, how do you feel about possibly legislation that would apply restaurant sales taxes to prepared food products in non-restaurants? So, I mean, they're finding ways. How comfortable are you with a proposed law requiring counties to run all elections? That's a law that could possibly be a bill this year. How do you feel about a bill allowing municipalities to spend RAP tax outside of their municipal boundaries? So if we had a regional type RAP consideration, how would you feel about having the ability to be able to spend it in more of a regional setting than within our own boundaries? Then the last one, if possible, would your municipality choose to spend RAP tax revenue? Oh, so I apologize. Printed the same one twice. How do you feel about a proposal requiring municipalities to provide copies of or links to informational land use handouts, e.g. rights and responsibilities of applicants or powers and duties of local land use authorities at your counter? Basically what this is that at our application counter, when someone would come in and make an application, then we would give them a paper with all their rights and responsibilities that are afforded them under the Constitution, the state laws, and our local ordinance. some people have said that would be helpful in being able to address things on the front side rather than the back. But that's all I have. It's ramping up even right now for the legislative session. Looking forward to the interim session with the legislature here it'll be held in St. George, and we'll look forward to maybe participating there a little more than what we would if it were in Salt Lake. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate your work with the league. Councilwoman Casperson.
We had our historic preservation meeting today, and it was nice to have you there, Mayor. I don't know if you want to add anything. We had quite the agenda, and I appreciate the time that the commission spends and their careful consideration. And I just want to talk about a couple of things. You know how we've had a lot of discussion about the Foster Farm home? There has been an individual who possibly wants to purchase and restore that, and that's right along the Honeymoon Trail. And so it's nice that it'll be there. It could be a historical marker, so I feel like that was really good news. And then something else that I want to mention is the Covington home. The parks came in and did a wrap tax request, and the request is only going to cover the parking lot. And so they might have to, there was also the remodel and the bathroom, and so they might have to come back at a later time to have those be separate projects. And so I thought that would be important for the council and to be able to hear about that.
Thank you. Those great updates. That's an active committee.
They were really great. I'm glad to be on that.
Okay. Dixie MPO, we are meeting regularly, having, thinking regionally on road projects, but I think what I might prefer to do is Blake, if I can ask you at a future meeting to either you or one of your assistants to just present in a work session, just some general updates on road projects. I know you've had a lot going on with those. And then I just want to compliment you and your team in response to one of the council priorities, which was maintaining and improving Telegraph Street east and west, and also Washington Fields Road. And I think a lot of us recognize that those sidewalks are going in, they're looking really nice, and we're just chipping away at maintaining our infrastructure and those services that make our community nice and stay nice. So we're really fortunate to have you and your leadership, Blake, and if you might just kick that around with your staff. And I think it's about time to get you or one of your members in front of the council with some updates on some of the road projects that you've all been working so hard on. Council, that's all I have. We'll turn to the next item, which is a manager's report, and Laurie is on the edge of her seat.
Thank you, Mayor. I think she is. One morning at the UMPS meeting during breakfast, Dick and Laurie told me they feel cheated if they don't get a manager report. I don't need a lot of encouragement to talk, so there will probably never be a meeting again when I pass my opportunity. So you can thank Dick and Laurie if you don't like it. A couple of items. I probably wasn't paying attention at the beginning, but I don't remember if you talked about the dog park expansion, but the dog park is almost finished. The grass looks fantastic, almost too nice to put dogs on, but that ribbon cutting will be September 1st at noon. And I know there are a lot of dog enthusiasts who can't wait for that day. So put that on your calendar if you'd like to attend.
Can you say that date again?
September 1st at noon.
Okay.
It's a Friday.
Tara, did you hear that, recorder?
And then I'll give you a couple of updates on a couple of road projects, not to steal any of Blake's thunder, but 3650 South Interchange, the anticipated start date for that is September 25th. We had to push that back a little bit because in the process of design, they found some desert tortoises. So we do have to put desert tortoise fence up around the project. And because it's a federal project, that means we have to buy American. So the fence that we have to put up has to be made of American steel, which means it's a little bit delayed. We can't just buy it off Amazon, put the tortoise fence up.
Can I just ask a question
Sure.
on that particular manager? So if perchance a tortoise does get onto the work site, does their shell count, or do they have to have a separate hard hat?
I would hope they don't get on the project. If they do, they have to be American made tortoises, or else we're in big trouble. So that's a little bit of a delay, but we still expect that project to complete around May 10th of next year.
Jeremy, can you inform us who the contractor is? Because when we saw it, we didn't have it yet, or if we don't have that information, that's fine.
You're getting way past my knowledge, but Blake's coming up to tell you.
Interstate was the contractor.
Okay, thank you.
The second project that I know everyone's excited about is the Main Street interchange. They poured half of the deck last week. I'll put a drone picture in your email this week. It's kind of impressive to see from the sky what they've been able to do. They are working this week to place the rebar, and they'll pour the other half of the deck next Monday night. They're also pouring the end walls this week at night. So I know that's somewhat inconvenient, but it's the best time to work on the freeway for them. And our residents have honestly been very accommodating, recognizing the noise and the night work. For now, the project appears to still be on schedule. Main Street will plan to open around the end of January, and we're still looking at an end of October 2024 completion for the I-15 project, or the interchange at least. That's my report, Mayor. Thank you. Mayor Dick and Laurie, that's my report.
Thank you, Manager. All right, we are pushing 8:30. Item 13 is closed session. Council, we do have need to go to closed session under 13B, which is pending or potential litigation. City Attorney will give us updates and receive input on 2 items. I promised Councilman Coates that I'll have him home by 9 p.m. So at this time, I'll look for a motion to move into closed session for pending or potential litigation.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we move into closed session.
I have a motion by Councilman Martinson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor? Aye. We'll move into closed session.